Hey, it is Thursday. This is the first time I get to say hi to Jeremy because he joined in the middle of that song. Jeremy, what's going on?
Hey, can you hear me? I'm using AirPods for the first time because I'm stuck at the office.
I use them every Thursday, and yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Oh, terrific. Happy to be here.
What's going on? I thought you were getting off early and being able to get home in time to be able to do this from the
I was-
comfort of Cat Stevens' abode.
Oh my gosh, I wish Cat Stevens could join us tonight. No, I literally was in the process of responding to your text. But long story short, as many folks who watch the show know, including our good friend Stan, LA traffic sucks. So I'm still at the office. But that's okay.
Yeah.
I think it's better lighting here anyways.
I mean, yeah, I can't really argue with that point. That's a good point. I'm going to say hi to some friends, and then we'll get into some actual discussions. Josephine's here. What's going on? New watches, Light Sleeper. That's a good one. Blessed Little Hearts, BMX Bandits, fun one. Witness. I cannot wait for that release. Still shocked Arrow's doing that. Anthony's here. What's going on? Stan says, I know you are, but what am I? Paul's here. Hello. We're going to get into this type of thing a little bit, but the Coen Brothers, they've done some wild stuff. Help with the editing on the Evil Dead movies. I mean, they wrote some things that they aren't really associated with a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Brian, what's going on? Ronnie's here. Brian says, I wonder if this one will be a record breaker time-wise. I don't think Jeremy wants to be in his office until midnight, so I'm going to guess no.
Well, here, I'm all about breaking records, but since I currently still hold the record for longest stream, I have nothing to break and no reason to be in my office that late. So
I'm gonna have to check the record on that. I'm not sure if you're the current holder.
I am. I remember someone. What's his face? The German dude beat me.
The German.
Oh,
no. I don't think Laurent has come anywhere close to the record at all.
Someone beat me, and then I beat them. Remember, it was the stream with you, me, and Celeste. And
Celeste, that's right.
Neither of you wanted to stay on, but you regrettably did it for my sake, and then I successfully obtained the new record.
Yeah, we're never doing that again. Stan says he has no friends. Stan, we are happily your friends. David Lash, what's going on? Sibner is here, says gird your loins. It's going to be a bumpy night. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Jake's here. What's going on, Jake? Hey, Ryan, and Brie Larson's favorite fan, Jeremy, from John.
Oh, yeah, she loves me. Can't wait till the premiere of the Marvels.
Oh, yeah, you'll be there to
shake hands. Dave Grohl.
Shake hands at the premiere with nobody because you'll still be on strike.
That's true. No one will be there.
What's going on, Stefano?
Film Nut knows. Yes, with Celeste.
Paul says, did not have Prey physical media release on my 2023 bingo card. That's going to be a big topic tonight for sure. What's going on, Tony from Australia? My sister's here. Hi, Courtney. I hope you're doing well.
Hi, Courtney.
My other friend, Brian, is here for a few minutes till he gets his kids to bed. Craig from Deaf Crocodile's watching. Hello. Let's see. I didn't know this one. The Coen Brothers produced Bad Santa?
They sure did.
God,
I think just because they're so... Oh.
What happened? Did you lose audio?
Sorry, I accidentally clicked on my Siri button, and she muted you and then started blabbering away about something.
She knows what's more important.
Yeah, I think just because they're good friends with Billy Bob would be my instinct.
That makes sense.
And I think that was like his passion project for a while.
Right. Terry's here tonight. Takeaway from watching Blu-rays this week is that I love special features done by Justin DeClue and Will Sloan. Those are two people with some passion for whatever topic they are talking about, man. Do you have anything from Golden Ninja Video yet?
I do not. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know. I don't have any of their releases yet.
Well, if anybody's never checked it out, their podcast is very similar to some of their special features. They deep dive on a lot of stuff, and I believe Justin has in October, I think he has an online thing that he is sharing that is 24 hours of nonstop movies that you can watch online with him, and they do stuff in between some of them. And yeah, that is something he does, I believe, every October. What's going on, Flex? Silent Mandible says, happy to see major supporting character Jeremy is back. It's been a long time. I think
I'm happy to be here.
That one in May was the last one, and so it's been almost 3 full months.
What's funny is because any regular watchers of Ryan's show or listeners know that I was banned from certain social medias for a while. And I reached out to Ryan for the flyer for tonight's show so I could post it and see if anybody we won't talk about what he's laughing about, but to post it and get maybe some of my followers to tune in tonight. And I was like, damn, this is the first show that I've been a guest since I've gotten my social media back, which is a couple months now.
The laughing on my side is Jeremy messaged me and asked about a thumbnail for tonight. And let's say the first one I sent him included a very pink and very phallic object. And it was rather funny.
And what was my response?
We don't need to go into the details. Stan says his old boss was an investor in Blood Simple. That's cool.
Oh,
Blood Simple's definitely going to get talked about tonight.
The very first feature. Besides.
Dustin, what's going on? Hey, all, mean a small piece of my heart is here for my favorite Thursday ritual. I'm glad you're here. Mm-hmm. Ken is here tonight. Let's see. Key-Ray is watching from Facebook. Hello. Joe Jack, is it possible the Coen Brothers are underrated? This is going to be one of the first things we talk about tonight. Guaranteed. Let's see.
It's a good discussion.
I always say it the same. Well, you're my sister and you matter. So yeah. Caveman Movie says, hey everyone, smack that like button for these cool cats from Kentucky. What's going on?
Courtney made that her ringtone. Hey everyone, my sister's here. Hi, Courtney.
It's got to be only for certain people that she hates. It's like, oh, work's calling again. God damn it. Sivener says, at some point I need Jeremy to say either I wasn't even supposed to be here today or produce his red stapler for us to see because you're in the office.
I have a stapler. It's not red. Although almost everything we do in the television industry has moved to digital anyway, so I don't know what the stapler does. And I have no use for it. But I can say that I was not supposed to be here today.
You're actually not supposed to be in the office right now, so that makes sense.
I was not supposed to be in the office for this show, no.
What's going on, Miss Caveman? Hope everybody's having a good night. Craig says Bob De Niro's 80th birthday bash episode. And what's sad is I've found this out after you and I had scheduled this. I kind of wanted to do a De Niro episode. But
is his birthday?
It's today, literally today.
We can give him a shout out.
I guess.
Happy birthday, Bob.
Bob, we know you're watching. Happy birthday out there, Mr. De Niro.
We know you love the show. Big fan. Mutually exclusive. We're both fans of each other. And love Jim Dirty Grandpa.
Reach out sometime. I'll let my agent give you a call. John DeMarsico, that's somebody we both know. He's here. Looking forward to tonight. Paul Huggins, Mary Sullivan. Silent Mandible wants to know if it was a sea cucumber that was in our thumbnail. Not quite.
Close. Often used to practice.
Video Store, good to join this evening. Disconnected is a rare channel that values each member, and while we could all be watching a bunch of movies, we all choose to spend this time together. Much appreciated. I absolutely do.
Very true.
Actually watching that. Tony, yeah, we still need to do what we talked about. Absolutely. I keep forgetting to reach out. That's probably on me. I'm sorry.
Did you see what DC said right above?
Between the Everything Everywhere All at Once IRS trophy and the Talk to Me hand, you're all set, Jeremy. Well,
don't forget about the New York Ninja Star.
That was a long journey that night. We went back and forth on that so many times.
I literally wanted you to highlight that comment just for that. Also, I agree with Josephine about Joel Coen and Frances McDormand. That's kind of like the ultimate power couple in my book.
They've done a lot of stuff, and separate and apart, obviously.
Yeah.
David says, did you get the Ninja Star? I forget. He did not, thankfully.
I ended up not. I watched it sell out. I watched it. I count down and then did not purchase.
And then probably immediately felt regret.
Yeah, but I'm over it now until we brought it up just now.
Well, it is time to talk about pickups and stuff. And since you're not home, I will just say I normally share most of my pickups with Patreon first, but because it's you, they're getting the picture or the video for this, I believe, tomorrow or Saturday. But we may as well talk about this wonderful release of Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Gorgeous. If I had it at home, I'd grab mine.
Right. It
If
is.
I was
It
at
is
home,
really
I guess.
nice for anybody that has not seen this yet. It is the A24 large case release. It's got this crazy artwork that they're using on the inside. But really, what makes this special is everything in here that feels like the old Memento releases that they did for the DVDs with
That's
the
true.
folder. So
That's a
all
really good
this
comparison.
stuff is actual tangible goods that feels like some of it looks handwritten and not printed, and it's really odd. Like, it's really hard to tell the difference.
As soon as I got that bad boy and opened it up, I was in love. Ryan knows, just because we talk so often, that I love any set that contains little goodies like this.
Yep.
And so this was huge excitement for me when they announced this release. And it's the first one to include anything like this on from A24. The A24 solo releases that they do usually has decent packaging and perhaps a booklet with some notes and things. But this is the first one to include this many little goodies.
Yeah, they went all out on this thing, and it was a little pricey for what they do, but at the same time, this is their most popular and probably one of their top 3 at least best movies. You're going to say it's their best, but most people would probably agree it's at least top 5 for what they've done. And it's
look at how many Oscars it won them.
Well, yeah, and it's the crazy thing though is people forget that Moonlight won Best Picture.
That's true.
So it wasn't the first one, but anyways,
it's not the first one. It won more Oscars total than Moonlight, though,
by a lot.
Yeah,
it wasn't even close.
Before you continue, I'd like to
Yeah.
spend approximately 10 to 15 minutes detailing my fitness routine and how much weights I lift on a daily basis.
Okay. Let's do it.
No. Although I did just go to the gym last night. But
Well, and funny enough, what you're making fun of, I just texted Flip about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, did you? I assume that most of the audience watching knows Flip and knows about that. So
The funny thing is probably not actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then it's an inside joke. No one else gets it. Let's move on.
For the 3 of us. So we have a lot to talk about tonight. Obviously, we talk about pickups a lot of the time, but you watch a lot more than me. You clearly go to the New Bev more often than most normal people in the world. Why don't you share what you've been watching lately?
Well, I watched a few Coen Brothers flicks in preparation for tonight's episode recently. Some that caused a bit of an uproar in the Discord for anybody who's watching and is a member of the Ryan's Discord for the Disconnected. If you're not, you should be. Consider that. The donating to the Maui fires can wait. Spend your money on Ryan's Discord. Just kidding. Donate to the Maui fires.
Please do.
Please donate to the Maui fires and join Ryan's Discord. You know what can wait? Food. You can save that for next week. So yeah, quite a few Coen Brothers films catching up for tonight. Even though I've seen them all, it's been quite some time for a few of them. Well, as Ryan knows, and I think quite a few people, regulars in the chat, know, just because I've mentioned it before on the show, I always try to watch just about every possible release from every year as I can. Of course, some really, really deep indies slip under my radar, and then there's just some that I couldn't possibly bear to watch, maybe. But at least I'd say at least 95% of the releases each year, because I like to come up with the best comprehensive list of films at the end of the year, in my opinion, of what I think is the best and rank them, which Letterboxd has made very convenient lately.
Thankfully.
And so mostly, besides some old Coen throwbacks, I've been watching a lot of new releases, trying to catch up with those. Including doing my own little triple feature of 3 indie flicks here in Los Angeles on this past Saturday. I went and did a double feature at our local North Hollywood Lendley. Stan will know that very well. It was The Pod Generation. And, oh, hey, Flip. I hope you heard my joke earlier.
I don't think you did.
Oh, yeah. You have to go back. Passages, which has been getting a lot of rave, the film Passages. And those were both very good. And then went to the landmark Westwood Theater and saw the new film starring Judy Greer, very underrated, Aporia, which was also quite
Yeah.
So I did a little indie triple feature of new 2023 releases on Saturday. But yeah, a lot of those. Also, I had some, I have movie nights with friends and things like that. I found out a recent friend hadn't watched Bowfinger when we were celebrating Steve Martin's birthday on Monday. And so we watched Bowfinger. That was a great rewatch. One of his best classic comedies, right up there with Three Amigos. And then I found out my other friend, Jack, who Ryan knows, has not watched Galaxy Quest, one of my all-time favorite comedies in the history of ever. So that was another rewatch of that beautiful gem. So, a couple throwbacks, a couple classic comedy watches, a couple Coens, and then a lot of 2023 releases.
Well, one thing I will say, and you had mentioned Letterboxd, we don't really talk about it enough on here, but I do want to shout out that most of the people that are on the show are usually on Letterboxd, and you can see things like this. This is Jeremy's list of 2023 ranked so far. And you can see all of the movies that he has watched that have been released this year. And funny enough, we share the same top film at the moment. I think Past Lives is easily the best film of 2023 so far.
It could be beat out. We'll see what happens with the remainder of the year, but we are in August, and it's a very strong film. Does it tell you how many total are in this list? Anywhere?
That's a good question.
I guess not. It tells me if I go in, but
3,
I guess
4,
not.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20. Good. Okay, so each page is 100.
Okay.
20, 30, 40, 50. You are at 159 for the year. Good
Nice.
God, man.
I think I actually have to add a couple on there for the last couple of recent watches too.
Jesus.
So probably in the 160s.
That's wild.
I'm trying to come up, like I said, the most conclusive list of, in my opinion, again, the best of the year.
Right.
By the time
that's crazy. Paul says, love Letterboxd. Feel like it almost keeps me accountable for watching films. Finally watched Beau is Afraid on Monday. Wow, what a film, what a journey.
Absolutely.
I still haven't seen it. I'm watching it soon, finally.
Real quick, I'll just say, and I know we have to get into releases, new releases and things like that before we even get into our main topic. But as I posted on my Instagram when I shared the family-friendly flyer that Ryan made for the show tonight, Ryan and I, as he just mentioned, this is why I bring it up now, because you just mentioned that we have the same top film, and I think a lot of the other ones that are in my top are also in your top that you've seen, which is a lot fewer. And the point being that we tend to have very, very similar taste, Ryan and I, and talk about it often and via text. And somehow, some way, for some reason, that taste drastically differs when it comes to the Coen Brothers. So that's why it will be such a fun discussion, I think.
And to jump into this first and to try to incentivize everybody to stay for the entire show, because I know we have a lot of people that check out right after the announcements. Tonight's going to get wild during our discussion on Coen Brothers, because again, we normally have a lot of the same taste, and it's funny, but it's also tough to discuss this because on one hand, we both love a lot of their films, and you keep making the joke in the Discord that I hate The Big Lebowski, and I don't. And that's what's hard here is I love The Big Lebowski, and for almost any other director, that would be their best film. But it's the freaking Coen Brothers, and they're, in my opinion, easily top 10 modern filmmakers, like without a doubt. And I think like 7 of their films are better than that one.
See, that's where, I do make the joke that Ryan does not like The Big Lebowski continuously, because once upon a time he said it was not in his top 5, which blew my mind.
Which is why we're here tonight.
Well, that's maybe a hot take, DC, but I won't disagree. It's in my top 3 for the year.
Yeah, I'm hoping to check this one out.
Very close.
Lots going on. Lots of really interesting discussion coming after the announcements tonight. And Stan says, is intolerable cruelty my favorite? No, but I would say very similar.
It's not their worst.
It's not. I would say similar to Severn. I prefer their dramas to their comedies, and I think you are at their comedies over their dramas.
I think I'm a pretty fair mixture of both because my favorite of all time of theirs is a drama, which you know what that is because we've talked
Yep.
about it extensively. But then my second favorite is a comedy, so I think it kind of goes back and forth for me on my ranking.
Yep. Carrie
Who
Mulligan.
said I hate Fargo? Who said that?
Video store review.
Just trying to stir beef.
Yep, it's perfect. Carrie Mulligan, I missed you earlier. I think I highlighted your comment. Hello, glad you're here. Let's see. John says drama over comedy, but John doesn't like any modern comedy for the most part. Does that mean Nowhere will get a physical release? Hopefully, because that happened with one of his other films, so we'll see. Paul says he adored Hail Caesar. I've not seen Hail Caesar yet. I haven't given it the time.
I genuinely wanted to rewatch that one before tonight's show because,
hard disagree with Michael Smith there.
Yeah, that's a rough.
Michael Smith says worst Coen Brothers film is Burn After Reading. I don't think so.
By far, he puts it on caps. I really wanted to rewatch Hail Caesar. Spoiler alert: I'm not a big fan of that one. I tried it twice and I just can't get behind it. But it's been a long time, so I wanted to rewatch it for tonight's show and didn't have time, unfortunately.
Yeah. Craig from Deaf Crocodile is in the chat. He's consistently giving best Bob De Niro stuff by decade. He said 1970s is Taxi Driver with an honorable mention of The Deer Hunter. I think most people would agree with those.
Yeah, those are good.
But then this one, he says for the 80s, Midnight Run with an honorable mention of The King of Comedy. I would have expected the opposite, actually.
Yeah, I love Midnight Run.
It's great, but man, The King of Comedy, it's also very underseen nowadays. I feel like a lot of people, especially the younger generations, are like, the Joker is amazing, and never even saw anything related to it.
That was a big uproar. There was many articles about the Joker and comparing it to King of Comedy.
Nicomedes says, Jeremy, did you catch Final Cut at the NoHo 7? I loved it.
I did, actually. I didn't go to the NoHo 7 for it. I went to the Laemmle in Santa Clarita, but I did watch it, and it was great.
Nice.
I liked it a lot. I thought it was a great remake, by the way. I saw a lot of other people trashing it, just being like, "Oh, it's not as good as the original." And it's like, I thought it was just as good.
I'm eager to see it.
Yeah,
very eager. Well, anything else special recently for you
as well? By the way,
you like the Lady Killers?
I don't hate the Lady Killers. I guess I should say that's another one that gets shit on just as much as Intolerable Cruelty. These are my favorite, not necessarily the best films he was in.
That makes sense.
Personal favorites.
Well, not even just personal favorites. His performance, not the film.
Yes. Looking forward to your Blue Beetle and Strays review, says John. Depending on what time we wrap here, I may see Strays tonight, John.
Jeez.
And then Blue Beetle will probably be over the weekend. But those are coming soon, my friend. What else you said? Is there anything else? No, maybe I'll think of something later, but I think we should get the show rolling probably.
Yes, I think we're ready. Are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, I'm ready. Let me take a sip of my water.
Yeah, I'm going to need quite a few of those tonight. Let's get into it. As we go through these, obviously, bring in your chat, your questions, your comments. I will highlight as many as I can as we go through all of them. And lots to cover tonight. I really didn't expect as many this week. Usually the middle of the month is fairly slow. As we're doing this, I just got followed by Mike TTC on Letterboxd. So hopefully you're watching, and there's your shout out. There's so much that happened this week, and I'm very eager to see your hot takes on a couple of them. So let's dive in. First things first, I hate bringing up stuff like this, but I do want to highlight that it happened just so people understand that I'm paying attention. Shout Select had their annual sale. This one seemed very short. I don't remember if they're normally only like 5 days or whatever it was, but yeah, this one is already over, and it was actually decent for a Shout Select, for a Shout Studio sale. Normally they have nothing. They've got like hardly any titles that are less than you can normally find it on Target or Amazon or something like that. But oh, look at that. Mike is here. Hi.
Hey, there he is.
That's the shout out. Movie Palace of Blood. Can you ask Jeremy his top 3 Woody Harrelson films?
This is ironic. either this is somebody I know or it's some weird twist of fate, because I just went. Woody Harrelson opened up a cannabis shop / lounge in WeHo called The Woods, and I just went there with some friends this past weekend, and I haven't shut up about it. So it's either some weird ironic situation or this is somebody that I know that I've told about it. I will have to let you know. I will have to think about that as you continue going through the releases.
Well, I mean, we do have a pretty incredible Woody Harrelson movie we're going to talk about tonight. I think that's easily his. It's not his best performance, but I think it's the best film he's been in.
Okay.
And then I'm sure Natural Born Killers would probably be on your list.
Oh yeah, that's high up.
So yeah, Shout Select sale this week. They actually had some decent prices, and yeah.
Obviously, man from Toronto. Just kidding.
Man from Toronto. Sivner says Natural Born Killers, Zombieland, and The People versus Larry Flint.
I mean,
that's a decent list.
Is a brilliant film. Still a good classic. TV shows, I guess, don't count because obviously the first season of True Detective is really good.
Yeah. Ronnie says, to me, Shout sales are pointless with the $8 shipping. The only thing I'll say, it's only $8 shipping until you spend $50, which if you're going to get, if you're going to buy one title, it doesn't feel very helpful. But I mean, like the Jackie Chan sets, they were on sale for only $50. So if you had, I think they were $49.99. So technically you would have had to have bought one more title and then it would have been free shipping.
If you want my honest opinion, which I think you already know, I've given up on Shout for the most part.
Yep.
So I have no comment on their sale.
All right, let's go to our first actual title then. The first one is from Cult Epics, and on October 10th, they are releasing The Last Island from 1990. It says 5 men and 2 women, marooned survivors of an air crash, discover that they may be the only survivors of a world disaster. Cult Epics presents The Last Island. Epics is spelled wrong. I just noticed that. I love that their press release spelled this incorrectly. Presents The Last Island, a futuristic drama featuring Paul Freeman from Raiders of the Lost Ark, amongst others, and British stalwart Patricia Hayes, the third film in a trilogy by Marlene Goris, produced by Dick Moss and Lawrence Giles. This is going to have a new 2K HD transfer from a 35mm print and a restoration on it. Audio introduction by the producer, audio commentary by film scholar Peter Verstraeten, behind the scenes of The Last Island, an interview, trailer, and all of that other fanciness. Looks like a solid release from Cult Epics. I don't think you and I have ever talked about Cult Epics. Do you have anything from them?
No, I don't think I have any. There's quite a few, oddly enough, there's quite a few of these more quote unquote obscure boutique labels that I have like 1 or 2 releases from that I've had perhaps even before I started collecting boutique labels, just because I found a movie that I thought looked interesting or a movie that I liked. But I don't think I have any from Cult Epics. And after much deliberation, I think theoretically Natural Born Killers and Zombieland would be in my top 3 Woody Harrelson as well. But just to be a little different, because those were already mentioned in the chat, I'm going to go Kingpin, 7 Psychopaths, and
7 Psychopaths.
And Wilson.
I don't think I've seen Wilson.
The one that's based on a Daniel Clowes novel, just like Ghost World.
Nice.
And he plays Wilson.
Next one up, October 17th, from Music Box Films, they're releasing The Unknown Country. This is not going to be one of their releases through OCN. It will be on their own outside of it. And yeah, this will be supposedly pretty decent. Have you seen this one?
I haven't. This was also playing at the Lemley NoHo, and I was almost going to check it out, but opted for the other 2 I mentioned earlier. So I missed it. Nice.
Carrie Mulligan is highlighting that Diabolic stocked a great-looking Eden Lake 4K media book today. The only thing I will, if I remember right, let me pull it up at the same time as I say this. The company that I believe put that out is usually kind of iffy on 4K releases. They do some not great work. I mean, before I say the name, I don't want to. Yeah, it's Leonine, I believe, is the name of it. And I think there's something they did recently that was really shoddy work from them. Joe Jack has to highlight True Detective, obviously. And then Anthony says, white men can't jump because of Woody. Rosie Prez, can you get me Woody's autograph on my Natural Born Killers poster?
Classic Anthony.
If
I go to the woods often enough, maybe I'll run into him. We can share.
Next announcement, November 7th from Fun City, somebody we both like, T.R. Baskin from 1971. This is Candice Bergen playing T.R. Baskin, a naive young woman with a droll sense of humor who ventures from small town Ohio to the bright lights of Chicago in search of an interesting career, intellectual stimulation, true love, and happiness, and instead discovers that the urban existence is unfulfilling and lonely as the one she fled. This is going to have a new video interview with the producer and writer Peter Hyams, new audio commentary by Ben Reiser and Scott Lucas, a booklet with a new essay by Kat Sachs. Sorry, can't read that name. And then limited edition slipcover with new art by Pip Carter. And I actually really like the art on this one.
Yeah, it's good art. Fun City Editions is one that I just kind of blind buy whatever they release because they're so consistently great.
Right.
So I'll definitely be checking this one out.
Sibner says, I feel like I often hear that cult epic transfers are a give and take. Sometimes they shine, sometimes they crash and burn. And I will 100% agree with that because, well, the big thing here is it really depends on the masters that they have access to, and some of the elements that they're dealing with are not in great situations for many, many years. Unfortunately, I don't feel like any other label is going to release most of the titles that they're releasing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably the best we're going to get.
Did you see what Joe Jack said? Because that's what I said earlier. I think we were specifically talking about films.
I did already highlight this a minute ago.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, if we include TV shows, True Detective, I think would be number one. The amount of introspective material between him and Matthew McConaughey in that first season is just stupendous.
Here's a question. How often do you watch all your physical media versus going to the theater?
I think it's pretty even. Because I usually only go to the theater on the weekends when the new stuff comes out because I'm trying to catch all the new releases or as many as I can to make my comprehensive best of the year list at the end of the year. I love going to theater. The only exception to my going to the theater on the weekends is if a friend says, oh, you want to see so-and-so on Tuesday, and it's a rewatch for me, and then maybe I'll join them if I really liked the movie, or if there's something I really want to see at the New Bev or the Arrow or something like that, like we discussed earlier, which granted is very often, but most of the weeknights, if I don't have some kind of other plans, I'm watching something at home out of my physical media collection. So I think it's a pretty even give and take.
He's asking because he says it seems like you only review new movies on Letterboxd.
No, I review old movies.
I will agree with him. It's much more often that you see new movies rather than old movies.
Well, I'm trying to keep up with the new releases, but not all those new releases are in theaters either. Sometimes those new it might be a movie from this year that I have on physical media or that I am watching streaming. So they're not all in theaters, even if they are from this year.
And I'm going to stand in solidarity with Craig here, who says I rarely have time for either. That's my problem lately. Although I totally forgot to mention, I am stoked because this is going to sound like I'm bragging about it, but my whole family left today. My wife and my 2 kids are gone, and I have the house to myself until Sunday night. They drove up to Iowa, so I'm eager to get a couple watches in, hopefully. But man, I don't know why I do this. I had some free time, and then Saturday rolls around this weekend, and I have a podcast to record, an interview to record, and then I am working on a special thing for Patreon and another project. So my Saturday is booked solid, and I have no family here, and I'm busy the entire day. What am I doing?
Hustling. That's what you're doing. That's what we all do in this industry,
I guess. September 26th from Lionsgate, they are releasing The Engineer from this year, starring Emil Hirsch. And one thing I did want to highlight is because this is such a low-level title and Lionsgate makes odd decisions, this is getting released in a DVD-sized case rather than a Blu-ray case.
Man,
Google
Emil
it.
Hirsch really has become like that John Travolta, Nicolas Cage type of actor that's just in all these consistent low budget films, huh?
Yep.
Like annually, or more than once a year.
And I love how most of them say inspired by true events.
I really love the guy. I mean, Into the Wild is one of my favorite movies and books.
Eric, what's going on? Checking in. School has started and bedtime is calling. Yeah, you wake up super early during the school year. Enjoy your
Hey,
night,
Eric.
my friend.
Good to see you.
Next up is where we start getting into some of the real titles. October 31st, Kino Lorber is releasing Enter the Ninja from 1981. This has a new audio commentary from Mike Leader and Arna Venema, who've been on the channel before. But other than that, this is kind of a re-release. And if you look online, you would think that Kino would have I don't know, threatened some people's children when they announced this, because people are up in arms about the fact that they're not doing a new restoration for this. People need to understand these labels don't get to choose what gets a new scan a lot of the time. They don't get to choose what goes with the new restoration. They don't get to choose what they can provide for some of these releases that they're getting. So Kino was given the opportunity to release this again. They added special features, which this didn't have the first time. And then on top of that, they're increasing the size of the disc. So because of that, this will have less compression. It's actually going to be a BD50 instead of a BD25. And it's going to be a solid release. Again, if you don't have the movie, this is the best way to get it. Paul says, ooh, another Mike and Arna commentary. Yeah, this was on the 88 Films release of this, I believe. Tony says more canon films is never a bad thing. Heck yes. And then to coincide with that, they're also releasing on the same day The Challenge from 1982. This one has a new audio commentary with Steve Mitchell and the gentleman who was on our show last Thursday, Nathaniel Thompson. And this is basically the same thing. Another release. It will have an updated disc size, so less compression, and this will look quite a bit better. Craig says you can make those choices sometimes. You just likely won't make any money. It's how we do it. Exactly. But even more so with stuff like what Kino's putting out, a lot of their stuff is studio stuff. So they don't even get their hands on the actual reels or anything. So they're given access to a master. Daniel says at least it's not a $29 Scream Factory exclusive.
Case in point.
Carrie Mulligan, I watch almost everything released in theaters, so I know how it is trying to line up multiple movies, engaging trailer and ad times if two films overlap a bit.
I love doing that.
Or if you're Jeremy and you get off work and then you do something after work and then you leave home 45 minutes after you were expected to, and then you're driving across town and you join a stream with Ryan and Flip, and then you end up being way late and then you still rate the movie pretty high.
Way late. Which, by the way, that rating is justified because I have since watched the beginning that I missed.
Griff says, been loving Kino for a while now. Their slips have been running out sooner lately. Something to keep in mind for those that want them. The other aspect, we had somebody, I think it was Anthony, that found a comment on the Blu-ray.com forums of Kino saying that they are printing the same amount of slips, but for some reason, half of them are going to Amazon, and the other half are going to Diabolic /Orbit / their website / a couple others. So it's running out sooner for like their sales and stuff like that.
Target, Barnes and Noble, Best Buy.
Yeah. Craig says, I've spent weeks working on quote restored masters we've licensed. Yeah, that's embarrassing for some of them that they call restored. Next up, Wicked Vision, our friends from Germany, are releasing a 4K release of In the Heat of the Night from 1967 on September 29th. This is going to come as a European UHD premiere as part of their Black Cinema collection. But the cool thing, this will be the first time in the entire world that it will have HDR for this film. It's going to have Dolby Vision. So that's pretty dang cool. And it'll be loaded with special features, stuff that the US releases have had, that the some of the other Blu-ray releases have had of this. So it will be an astonishing release for them. I mean, this is really damn cool.
I'm just looking in the comments, and Anthony prefaced something with, Jeremy, I promise this is not a joke. So I'm waiting to see what it is.
Ronnie says, I only have one Kino with the slip.
Wow.
Huh.
Oh, wow. Out of how many total Kinos?
That's a good question. They only have one Kino release.
It has a slip. Thank goodness.
Michael Smith is asking, has Radiance already won new label of the year? And this is a good time to bring up. We have started doing stuff for Shelf Shock Rewind 2023. Cannot wait to see what happens with that.
Real quick, not related whatsoever, but to answer Stan's question, I completely forgot, but I know Bradley Whitford's there till the 20th, which is Sunday, so I might have to actually go on Sunday since I have plans on Saturday.
Oh, Anthony was talking about the Kino lorber slips going on Amazon. He read it.
Oh, I see, because of how much I hate Amazon.
Another Wicked Vision treat. They are releasing the Premature Burial from 1962 with 3 different covers on their media books, and the art looks really good. This is going to have a 24-page booklet with an essay by Christoph N. Kellerbach, audio commentary, and actually 2 audio commentaries, interview with Roger Corman, some interviews with Joe Dante, German title sequence, and all of that. You can order it on their site now. Releases September 29th. That's a good comment. Jeremy, you know he would have voted for Obama for a 3rd term.
Who, me?
No, Bradley Whitford. It's from Get Out.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it took a minute to make the connection.
John Peters says the Black Emmanuel set from Severn is the release of the year. I think there are some people that would argue with you, and I can guarantee what 2 other releases they would argue about.
And as somebody who was not interested in that set, this guy, I would argue with you. But to each their own.
I can't wait to see what's on your list for this year.
I can't wait to vote. Am I going to be one of those guys again?
Of course you are.
Okay, good.
September. What if after all this, we're this close, and I'm like, yeah, you don't get to be on the CSC next year.
Like, didn't really work out the first year.
It's all because of those fucking hot dog fingers you brought. Craig says, so jealous of the deep, deep pockets Radiance seems to have. So many great releases in one year. Unreal. Radiance, I mean, I'm going to have to try to get Fran back on here because it is mind-blowing that it is their first year, and I think they're slated to have released 35 films by the end of the year because it'll be 4 total box sets that they've done in their first year. When it comes to December, we still have 2 more to come from them. So that's crazy.
It is. It's nuts. I was talking to Ryan about it off the show, and it's going to be one that I'm going to have to subscribe to for the year, just like Vinegar Syndrome.
Well, and that's a good reminder. Speaking of that, we should be hearing about that fairly soon. It's August. I would imagine we'd hear news soon.
That's why I brought it up.
Well, I'll bring up our next release announcement then. Sony Pictures, as part of the Sony Pictures Classics line, is releasing Carandiru, if I'm saying that right. I probably not because I'm very white. September 26th, and this is supposed to be incredible. I've never seen this one. Have you seen this one?
No, but I like this cover a lot. It intrigues me.
Yeah. So this says, murderers, rapists, stool pigeons, drug addicts, they were the feared ones, the criminals who really ran. It's probably Carandiru, Brazil's largest correctional facility. Ebony, an honorable thief and respected leader. Highness, a smooth operator with 2 families to support. Ezekiel, an ex-surfer turned crack addict. Dagger, a brutal killer with God on his side. They were among the prison's elite, the select few who ruled Carandiru by their own codes and laws, a rule that would end in bloodshed when 300 policemen stormed the facility and brutally murdered 111 unarmed inmates. This is the true story of that infamous day in October 1992, a day that shocked the world, the day of the Carandiru massacre. This sounds crazy.
That's nuts. I would have been 7 months old.
Yeah.
In October 1992.
Craig says, and considering how long it takes to get these things done, that means they've been working on this for a long while. They definitely have been. Tony has seen this and says it's a good film.
Oh, wow.
Next up is continuing with the Kino lorber ninja titles. American Ninja with Michael Dudikoff. This is coming on Halloween as well. This is the 1985 film. This will have audio commentaries and a lot of the special features that have come out on this title before. But again, it'll be an expanded disc with less compression and all of that. So hopefully it's decent. Sibner, that was not a doc. I believe that was a retelling. And to go with American Ninja, they're also doing American Ninja 2 on October 31st. So you got 4 of the cheesy 80s, 90s action flicks coming on Halloween from Kino Lorber, if that's your thing. And that'll be a very busy day for people that are into it.
This is an immediate purchase for me because I watched this for the first time at the New Bev's 80s action marathon, I believe 2 months ago. And it was an absolute riot, specifically number 2. So I will be picking that one up.
Speaking of Letterboxd earlier, John Peters, who is a patron and in the Discord all the time, and he's in the chat, says, look at his Letterboxd for this film. He interviewed the director. John used to write for a website, I believe it was called Killer Film. Let me know if I'm wrong there, John. My memory kind of falls apart during some of these shows. I think it was called Killer Film. And he's got some of those interviews archived, and he's been adding those into his rewatches when he's going through some of those. Just today, he posted a review of Mortal Kombat that has its 28th anniversary tomorrow.
Wow. Yeah, and just to bounce off of that, personally, out of anybody that I follow on Letterboxd, John has the best and most well-written and well-thought-out reviews. So
Wow.
if anybody doesn't follow him, you should, because they're all great reads.
It's one of the reasons John was highlighted in my first zine for the Patreon.
Indeed.
Carrie Mulligan says, I finally watched Terror at 10 Killer. I was anticipating the odd tone of Disconnected, but it was more like Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. Ouch. I've heard basically the same. I've not seen it yet. Okay, here's where we get into it. This is the first one. So Black Phone. Black Phone is coming out on 4K on September 19th from Universal. It's going to have special features, long, great-looking release. A year after they put it out on Blu-ray. What is Universal doing?
We just had a conversation about this, Ryan.
Yep.
And I. Not to mention the fact that I didn't love this movie, personally. But yes, the concept of testing the waters with a DVD release before Blu-ray or a Blu-ray release before 4K is getting very old.
Well, and we're going to talk about another title that they're doing that for in a little bit, I believe. But then on top of that, they're doing the same for Cocaine Bear. It is really crazy how much they expect people to buy a film on Blu-ray and then a film on 4K within less than 12 months. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say that was just earlier this year.
Yeah,
more recent than the Black Phone.
This is craziness, and I know a lot of people loved the Black Phone. I didn't love it. I didn't love it. I think it was good, not great. I really wanted a lot more Ethan Hawke in it.
Yeah.
I think that it was Sibner, that's the one we're going to be talking about in just a minute. I think that this was really well put together, but I think that I think I just hit the mic. Sorry if that was loud. I think that once the main character was, I don't think it's a spoiler to say abducted, since that's what it's about.
In the trailer.
Once he was abducted, that it lost like all of the power for me in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm glad it's getting a 4K release. I just wish they would have done it the first time. It doesn't make any sense.
A lot of folks are saying that they like Black Phone in the chat, except for DC, who agrees with us.
Stan says he found it surprisingly effective. Zombies ate my arm. Loved Black Phone, but Joe Hill definitely has better stories that should be made into movies than this one. Yeah. Carrie Mulligan, I watched the Black Phone thinking it was a fun tribute to Stephen King, not realizing it was his son until the credits.
Mm-hmm.
Paul has not seen it yet. Yeah, this is the perfect time to do it. Hopefully you held out and didn't buy the blue like I didn't. So I don't. It's not a double dip for me, but I don't even know if I'm gonna get this. Truly,
I don't think I will, but if I do, then at least it's not a double dip for me either.
Right. Next up, Kino Lorber is releasing Two Mules for Sister Sarah on 4K. This is the Clint Eastwood joint from 1970. This is one that I believe I saw years ago. Again, don't love a lot of Eastwood, but if I remember right, I think this is one of, like, other than the main trilogy, this is one of like the 5 that I actually really enjoyed him in.
You know where I stand on Westerns.
Yeah, they're your favorite. So what do you think about this?
I would have liked if there was more like 5 mules. She deserved more than 2, Sister Sarah. But I guess it was okay.
This Kino release is one of those where we don't know the release date, so it'll come out when it comes out sometime.
When are we getting the pre-order link for Brain Donors, huh?
It's a great question.
What? Because they did finally announce the date, didn't they? What is it, October? It's supposed to come out?
Did they announce it?
I thought they finally announced the date or the release date.
Oh, maybe they did. And I'm November 14th. And so based on their timeline, it'll probably be up for pre-orders in like 2 weeks. Something like that. Let's see. Ash is asking, is the Pope's Exorcist coming to 4K? I mean, yeah, maybe eventually.
Surprisingly better than I expected it to be, much like I've seen other people say.
A lot of people seem to like it. Stan says, I'm really aging myself when I say I saw this first run in the theater. Stan, wow.
Wow.
Cam's here. What's going on, Cam? Michael says, apropos of nothing, but have either of you seen Mute Witness, indie horror title that could Alec Guinness cameo? Why am I recognizing that title? Mute Witness.
It does sound vaguely familiar. I'm looking.
He really wants more Clint Eastwood in 4K. Yeah, what is Mute Witness? I am recognizing it.
Oh, I recognize the cover instantaneously from the old video store days. 1995 film.
Okay.
I immediately recognized the cover. I seen it in the video store back when those were still around, but I never watched it.
Interesting.
But I might check it out based on that recommendation.
John is saying The Pope's Exorcist was phenomenal.
It was, again, it was much, much better than I expected it to be. I mean, it seemed like a throwaway title. If you recall, Ryan, I did a double feature with that and our absolute favorite film of the year, Mafia Mama.
Oh, man, that's perfect.
Which was also surprisingly better than I thought it would be, actually.
Yeah. Scream Factory exclusive titles. We made the joke about this earlier. Lately, they've been doing 2 and 3 a month, and this month it is only 1. This month they are doing Equalizer 2000 from 1987. This had a previous Code Red release. This is coming out under the Scream Factory banner, and it looks to be the exact same disc. It does say new 2K scan from the original 35mm negative. No other special features, so if there is actually a new 2K scan, it might look a little better than the Code Red disc, but yeah, this is what we're getting. And the crazy thing, it's $30. So if you go and try to buy it on their site, and it's the only title they announced, and you really want it, you're paying $30 plus $8 shipping.
Insane.
No thanks. Limited to 1,500. I don't get it.
That's why I've given up on them.
Ash says, when is Trick or Treat coming to 4K? They made it sound like it's supposed to be by the end of the year, but it's getting to be the end of August, and we still don't have any information, so we'll see. Flickering Wave says, Mute Witness is a Sony Pictures Classics title. Really? Maybe they will get around to it since they are starting to dip back into the 90s titles. That is incredible.
I'm definitely interested in checking that one out. Yeah, like I said, I immediately recognized the cover.
Craig says, I'll sell you a nice copy of Pied Piper for less than that. And I will say, not only will they, but these exclusive slipcovers are gorgeous. And anytime that there's a Kickstarter for Deaf Crocodile, you absolutely should support it. And then on top of the release of Pied Piper, they also send neat things like this wonderful Deaf Crocodile sticker It
I
says
want
director
one.
approved. You could have backed the Kickstarter, and then we
I know
got
I
some
should have.
postcards.
I didn't know about it in time. I wish I would have. It's my
If
biggest regret in
only
life.
you were friends with somebody that helps highlight physical media for everybody.
I have no excuse. Goodbye.
Yes, of course I got the Kickstarter version, and I don't have the other one. I actually got both because I like Deaf Crocodile a lot.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of people I like a lot, I had a new interview up on the channel this week with Mike Repsch, the president of Dark Star Pictures, who is another partner label of OCN, just like Deaf Crocodile that we were just talking about. And man, I'm not usually one to highlight certain things from interviews. This one was actually really damn fun. And this thing ended at the end by him discussing how he got into a back room at Cannes by printing his own marketing business cards and just going up to Cannes and being like, "Yep, I'm from MR Marketing, and I'm supposed to go in there to meet some people." And they're like, "Yeah, come on in." And he got to go in there and got to talk to people. It was incredible. I loved hearing this story.
That fuels the belief that I've had for a better part of my life, which is that as long as you act like you belong places, you can usually get away with stuff.
Yeah.
Even if you just wave to Red. Oh, hey, good to see you.
My friend Brian says, I think Shout is overplaying their hand. It's all too much. You are absolutely correct. Let's see. The Dark Star interview was super entertaining. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that. Deaf Crocodile says, folks seem to like them, so I ordered another batch of the stickers. Nice. Yeah, it's actually a really nice sticker.
Now I can get one.
During the next Kickstarter, maybe. If there is another one. Severn says, always got the labels mixed up, and at first I thought you were interviewing the guy from Dark Force. Oh, Severn. No, that is not happening. I'm not inviting the demon on here. So Hail Caesar, we talked about this earlier and how I've never seen it. Just kidding. This is not the Coen Brothers Hail Caesar. MVD Rewind is releasing Hail Caesar from 1994. That one time when Anthony Michael Hall and Robert Downey Jr., Samuel L. Jackson, and Judd Nelson got together to make this really odd, like, let's try to be super cool film. And basically, Anthony Michael Hall is the outrageous lead singer of Hail Caesar, a rock and roll band who wants to be famous and gets a contract from Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. in 1994. So yeah, this is what is coming out. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight on this, which if you are looking to get a big set of special features, this might be something you want to listen to. They said, since we are in the middle of a SAG and WGA strike, there's not much here in the was, this was their misspelling, in the was of supplemental material. They meant ways. So I'm approaching this the same way we did Ski Patrol. No features, low price. So this one is only $20 for SRP. So while not our greatest release ever, at the same time, I personally am happy to stick this on my shelf. Maybe pick it up, see it for yourself. You can get this from like Diabolic and stuff for like $13, $14. I am curious. They say they can't do special features because of the strikes. There are all kinds of film historians that are out there that would love to do a commentary, that would love to do visual essays. MVD could have got this done.
Agreed. That being said, I'm very curious about this title because I've never heard about it.
Neither did I. And Robert Downey Jr. being a record label executive in 1994, that seems like a stretch.
It's quite the group of actors. I'm interested in it. Oh,
Subaquatic Encounters of the Dub Kind. Did I miss the Coen Brothers discussion? No, that is coming after our discussion of the new releases. Let's see. Carrie Mulligan says, my favorite bypassing security at con is the opening of Femme Fatale. Nice. Barry says, I thought you were interviewing the Demon too, but realized quickly the guy was too legit to be Dark Force. Oh, that is hilarious. Stan says, this is not a good film. Just clearly plain just like that.
Yep. Fact.
Anthony says, Anthony Michael Hall's grandpa lived in the same retirement center as my grandparents in Pompano Beach. His grandpa was cool. Never bothered Anthony Michael Hall. Well, now you can and tell him that evil dies tonight. Wow. Michael says, is Jeremy a scab? Why is he at work? You want to explain the situation?
Yes, I work in reality television. So I am fortunate enough, unlike many of my colleagues and friends, to still be working. Most of our stuff is non-union and also doesn't include writing, because it's reality, even though we all know reality isn't 100% reality, but you know the gist.
So yes, Jeremy is not working because it's not writing. He's doing all kinds of stuff. Jeremy is.
I am writing in my personal time. I can't attend any meetings or sell anything, but I'm writing in my personal time. This is my day job in reality television, and I am often attending the picket lines with my colleagues and friends. So I am fighting the good fight as well. I'm just thankful to still be working at the same time.
Mr. Long, my friend, would you like to discuss some Criterion titles?
Oh, would I? Except for this one. You can start.
So November 7th, Criterion announced a Jackie Chan box set called Emergence of a Superstar. This is going to have half a loaf of Kung Fu, Spiritual Kung Fu, The Fearless Hyena 2, The Young Master, and My Lucky Stars. Lots of stuff in here. We got 2K digital restorations of the films. We got new commentaries from Frank Jang, who's been on the channel before. Interview with Grady Hendrix, who wrote These Fists Break Bricks. He is interviewed about Jackie Chan. Archival interviews with Chan, Sammo Hung, some of the other actors in these. Some promo reels, lots of other stuff. Essay by Alex Papademos. This looks like a pretty cool box set for them.
Martial arts is also not one of my strongest genres, as Ryan knows, but I do like Jackie Chan, and I really like this cover more than anything. So I'll probably check it out.
Yeah, this is a pretty fun release, and
objectively, it's a great release. I agree, and it's I think it's going to be a favorite for a lot of people.
And unfortunately, a lot of like diehard Jackie Chan fans probably already have these films because 88 Films has released either all of them or all but one, I think. But the biggest thing that's odd about this is My Lucky Stars is not even really a Jackie Chan movie. It's like he's got like a glorified cameo in it. So none of these were in the Shout Factory. I'm not going to say Shout Studios all the time. That is
Shout Select.
Shout Select, I think. No, I don't think it was a Shout Select time.
Oh,
now that I think, but I don't remember. Well, it was in the Shout Select sale. Either way, yeah, there's no overlap with their sets, and there can't be because they're both sold in the U.S. They're not licensing the same titles.
Right.
So yeah, this is pretty cool. And if you're a U.S. collector or lover of Jackie Chan and you couldn't get the other ones because you're region locked, suddenly you've got an abundance of riches with Shout Studios and Criterion just delivering everything.
Bada boom.
Everything, I guess, except the tuxedo for Carey Mulligan.
Which, by the way, I love that movie.
Wave says, has there been a 4K release of Rumble in the Bronx? There is not. I don't think any of Jackie's films have been in 4K yet.
There's one upcoming Criterion release that will be included in this announcement that I'm very excited about.
Oh, I know which one. Let's talk about The Last Picture Show.
Hey, there it is.
So Peter Bogdanovich is releasing. Peter Bogdanovich made The Last Picture Show. It is coming on 4K from Criterion on November 14th. That's really cool. Like, they're doing a lot of cool stuff for it. Looks great. But one of the things that didn't get highlighted enough, Texasville from 1990, the sequel to The Last Picture Show, is coming as a part of this. It is presented in both the original theatrical version and a black and white version of the director's cut, and that has never been on Blu-ray, I don't think. So this is a big deal.
The Last Picture Show, but when I saw that, I got super stoked.
Touche, Paul. Thank you. Yeah, Police Story has the 4Ks from Eureka. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this one.
Yeah, this is an incredible looking release, and we're gonna talk about November as a whole from Criterion after we go through all of these. But spoiler, like, this is a really great month. This has 2 commentaries featuring Bogdanovich and Sybil Shepherd, Randy Quaid, Cloris Leachman, and Frank Marshall. 3 documentaries about the making of the film, a Q&A with Bogdanovich from 2009, Introduction to Texasville featuring Bogdanovich, Shepard, and Jeff Bridges, excerpts from a 72 television interview with Francois Truffaut about New Hollywood, essay by film critic Graham Fuller, and excerpts from an interview with Bogdanovich about Texasville. I mean, this is actually a really solid release from them.
I agree. One of the best in a while. I'm stoked about it.
Sibner says Bridges looks like Josh Hartnett on the cover, and he really does.
That's true.
Next up is Terrence Malik's Days of Heaven getting a 4K release. And this is another time where things have been weird on the release front. So this one, the Blu-ray from Criterion, went out of print. Then Paramount released Days of Heaven on Blu-ray. And very quickly, Days of Heaven is now on 4K from Criterion. Really wish that it didn't overlap like that. They probably screwed some people over. You know that some people went to eBay to buy that Criterion Blu-ray and sold or spent way too much, guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now it's coming on 4K. This is going to be a director-approved 4K. You don't get anything new on this, as far as I'm aware. Everything was on the Blu-ray release previously. But again, it's a nice upgrade for a very, very famous movie.
Especially in terms of a 4K upgrade. I mean, the visuals in this are already great, as most Terrence Malick's films. So,
well, you and I have never talked about Malick. How do you feel about Malick overall?
Oh, I love him. Yeah, I'm a big fan of his. Interesting.
I kind of didn't expect that.
Really?
Yeah, I got to admit, I don't love Malick. I think that he's got a couple that are really great, and this is, to me, this is his masterpiece. But
okay,
a lot of his stuff, I just don't get the hype for it.
You didn't like Tree of Life?
It's pretty. I don't think it's like this massive achievement or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know that I have seen Badlands recent enough to make a mental judgment call on it. It's been a long time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Tree of Life is... Go ahead.
Oh, the only one I actually didn't care for as much would be his most recent film, A Hidden Life.
Yeah, I've never seen that one. I've heard a lot.
Really like Song of the Song. Really like Knight of Cups. Even A Thin Red Line, because I'm not a big fan of war movies, but get the right director to make it. And
yeah, Thin Red Line is good too. It's no Days of Heaven for me, but it's decent.
Oh yeah, Days of Heaven is great.
Craig says it's pretty is 100% perfect description of Malick.
That's true.
Let's see. Probably we'll get Harold Ahmad on 4K from Criterion as well. And somebody just mentioned a moment ago, Tree of Life will get a 4K. It will eventually. Yeah. And then the other one that was just mentioned, Easy Rider 4K upgrade coming soon, most likely, because Last Picture Show was in that box. Was it BBS box set that they did?
Wasn't the 4K of Last Picture Show just in one of those Columbia Classics? I could have swore.
Let me see. I don't remember. Somebody's probably going to answer before I can get the answer. Last Picture. Tell me if they bring it up first. Oh, yeah, it was. Volume 3, it looks like.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, you're right. The newest one. And you can... God, they've got those new on Amazon at $70. That's very cheap.
Wow. Yeah. But I'm really stoked to get this Criterion release. Columbia Classics does not have Texasville. That's
a good point. Then this one, and a lot of people in the chat hopefully can confirm this. We had a speculation moment in our Discord this week. We were like, "Hey, Criterion announcements tomorrow. What do you think's coming?" And I went, "I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to guess Mean Streets on 4K finally." And this came out, and I was like, vindication. And I'm glad Jeremy's here this week, because I've done it to Jeremy like 3 or 4 times where I'm like, just watch, it's about to get released, guarantee it, and something's come out.
That's true.
Carrie Mulligan says maybe if the show keeps mentioning Sweet Movie, it'll convince them to pursue a 4K or even at least a Blu-ray. Come on.
I was gonna say at least the Blu-ray.
The feature-length commentary is gone, though. Is that on Last Picture Show or is that on Mean Streets? Craig says, I've held off on buying Mean Streets Blu-ray for years. So glad he did. Nice.
Yeah, same here.
So this one, this is Scorsese coming on strong. Obviously, we got a new 4K digital restoration on this. One 4K disc of the film presented with Dolby Vision HDR and a Blu-ray with the film and special features. We got excerpted. That's a weird word. Conversation between Scorsese and Linklater from a 2011 Directors Guild of America event. Select scene audio commentary with Scorsese and Amy Robinson. New video essay by Imogen Sarah Smith about the film's physicality and portrayal of brotherhood. Interview with director of photography Kent Wakeford. Excerpt from the documentary Marduk, Baghdad to Hollywood from 2008, featuring Marduk Martin as well as Scorsese. Journalist Peter Biskind and filmmaker Amy Heckerling. Nice. Back on the Block from 1973, a promotional video featuring Scorsese on the streets of New York City's Little Italy, and then an essay by Lucy Santi. This is pretty decent.
Yeah, I'm excited about this one as well.
Thanks, Sibner. Appreciate that. Paul says, let's talk about Mute Witness some more to get a blue of that too. I mean, let's keep going. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll throw some more out there.
Mean Streets 4K, we are so spoiled in 2023. Absolutely.
DC says Sweet Movie 4K is coming from another label.
I think it was announced in Europe, and there's no release date or anything yet. So hopefully that actually carries on and comes eventually. This isn't the last one, right? Yeah, this one is. So November 21st, La Cérémonie from 1995. This is coming from Criterion as well. This is Claude Chabrol's 49th feature. And this gets a new 4K digital restoration, although this is only coming on Blu-ray, not 4K. This has a new introduction by Bong Joon-ho, actually. Some archival interviews with Chabrol as the actors in the film and the co-writer. Episode of the Criterion Channel series, Observations on Film Art, about the use of off-screen sound. And then an essay by crime fiction and true crime authority Sarah Weinman. Chabrol has done some great things. I'm very curious in seeing this. I've never seen this one. I'm hoping that I can check this out eventually because he's done some great stuff, and this is supposedly his masterpiece.
I love Isabella Huppert, so I'll pick this one up.
Carrie Mulligan says it's strange when Criterion doesn't get old special features. One of my favorite commentaries was the one on the Blow Up DVD, but it's not on Criterion at least. Yep. Silent Mandible perked up at the Bong Joon-ho mention. So that I believe is the last Criterion. How do you feel about November from Criterion?
It's a good month, but as we discussed, it might have even been on that same show with you, me, and Celeste. They've been really up in their game lately in general. Like November is a particularly good month, but I feel like actually 2023 has been a really good year for them in a while.
We had somebody that is often very, very active in our Discord, in another Discord. All That Is Man brought up is 2023 is Criterion blowing everyone else out of the water. And obviously it's August, so I can't answer for everything yet, but I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with. I feel like they have had an immense slate this year, and they've put out more titles in 2023 that I've wanted than any year from them in like 7 or 8 years. Literally.
Quite some time. I agree 100%. And we're talking about some more indie boutique labels like Radiance absolutely killing it, and obviously one that you and I are both a huge fan of course, TerraVision. So those would still rank higher for me personally in terms of their slates, but I agree Criterion's definitely killing it this year, and it's their best year in a while in my book.
I think November is pretty damn killer from them. I think that they are getting titles that they seem to slow down on for a long time, and when they're getting those titles, they're delivered in a way that is great releases. The way that they've carried on this year, the only negative that I have to say, which I don't even know if it's a real negative, but the 4K upgrades, I know a lot of people don't love that aspect. At the same time, I want all these films on 4K eventually. if they deserve to be on 4K, they have the elements to be on 4K, and it's real 4K. Please get it on the best possible release eventually. But I mean, they're doing great for the most part. And Sibner brings up another mention. What about Second Sight? No flops. I mean,
You
they've
know
had
how I feel about Second Sight. They're one of my favorites of all time. Just about every single one of my picks for last year's was for Second Sight.
That's true. The only hard part is Second Sight only releases like maybe like 20% of the amount of titles that Criterion does. Probably less, actually.
Yeah, what they do, like two releases every like what 2 months or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it averages out to like one and a half releases a month, something like that. John says Criterion has been good. They still aren't back to where they were. The extras and packaging just aren't what other folks are doing. Maybe we're just spoiled by other boutiques these days. I agree on the supplements and the packaging for sure, but on the film side, it's kind of hard to argue.
They're great. I think supplements they could maybe do better with certain releases. I mean, that Last Picture Show is loaded, for instance.
True.
But packaging wise, I mean, granted, yes, we are a bit spoiled with things like Second Sight, for instance, with their beautiful hard boxes. Umbrella's doing the same thing. I just got my whatever the frick Razorback. And it's huge, it's massive, and the case is beautiful. So I think maybe John's right that we're a little spoiled, because I think Criterion is just kind of keeping their look that they've had for so long. I don't know if I would necessarily want them to change their look, because it would mess up my whole library of Criterions.
Right.
So I'm okay with them not changing the packaging so much, but definitely maybe upping their supplemental features.
I do think we're spoiled by some of these other boutiques, but I got to admit, it would be really nice to see, like, keep the Criterion plastic Scanovo case or whatever they're calling it, the Digipack, whatever, and put that in like an Arrow limited edition hard box with an actual book with it, and do that not for every titles, and maybe not even one every month, but something like Mean Streets. That's a big deal. Like they're tied to Scorsese. Release Scorsese in this wonderful giant box. That would have been amazing.
I agree.
The other one that people are talking about, Couch says Arrow is killing my wallet this year, and they've done a handful of box sets that I gotta admit have been incredible, that are going to stand up against the Emmanuel set, the Todd Browning box set, that will be kind of contenders guaranteed at the end of this year. Ronnie says Petite Maman deserved way more extras than it got. Agreed.
I agree. Yeah, I love that movie. And all of her stuff.
Yeah. Sibner is listing all the Second Sight titles. Yes, I it's hard to argue with. I agree. And they announced Possession. Beautiful. We don't know that that's coming this year, but they are coming out with it soon.
Their lineup is beautiful. Their releases are beautiful. Michael's doesn't compare to the Von Trier Curzon set that just got announced.
That's true. Wave says, "Oh God, I would love that." Yeah, Criterion going for one of those limited packaging, that would change so much up. Can I say that Criterion is the sweet spot for packaging? I don't want to necessarily pay $50 for a title, but also I don't want a recycled material floppy case. 4K 25 on sale, sweet. Yeah, the pricing, hard to argue with for sure.
Yeah, as long as you wait for those Barnes & Noble sales, which why wouldn't you?
All right, so that was Criterion, and then somebody we just mentioned, TerraVision. Of course, every week we have a TerraVision Tuesday, and I'm a little late getting mine, but I just got my recent subscription from them, and not to put them down, and I don't think this was their fault, but I had this package showed up, and the entire top half of my box was. It didn't look like it was kicked. It was fully caved in. Like, my box almost looked folded in half. And the only thing there was 3 titles in it. This is the only one that came damaged. And when you look, you might be able to see there's like a slight bend right around here. I'm not even going to say anything. It's not a big deal. The movie inside is fine. There's like a slight little dent on the case right here. The disc is fine. It's not a big deal. But I'm so glad that they used a box, because if not, it looks like it was probably under a tire or something at some point.
What is it, USPS or FedEx?
USPS, I believe.
Yep.
Michael Smith says, is Jean Roland still alive? And if so, does he have incriminating photos of the indicator guys? No, he is not alive. And no, they just, I don't believe Roland ever had many releases in Europe. And so since they finally signed on to them and they're doing a lot of 4K scans, they're going all in on it. Oh, man. Carrie Mulligan says, Journey into the Beyond is possibly the worst 2023 release for me. The transfer was awful and the movie was worse. I wonder if ECI also has their eye on 82's awful to Jupiter Menace. Wow. Let's see.
Spaghetti.
Oh, man, that's funny. Journey into the Beyond is the worst of the year. And you know what's funny? In my my newest Patreon pickup video, the worst of the year. I really wanted to see that. Anyways, TerraVision. Sorry, wow, went off track there for a minute. America's Deadliest Home Video from 1993 is coming, and it will be shipping in late September or early October from TerraVision. This one stars Danny Bonaducci. This is going to have a new commentary with Jack Perez, a making of documentary, Lost and Found, Mo Firepower, bonus set stories with another making of, 2023 brand new trailer for the film, Staring at the Dark short film, a pre-release trailer, newly created captions, and an archival commentary. And you can pre-order that now. When do we get subscribe? Yeah. When do we get Severn orders? That's a great question, Ash. And actually, we're going to talk about subscribing to TerraVision a lot more tonight, because there's some good looking stuff.
Yeah, because everybody should.
When do we get Severn orders? There is one title that they've not gotten in at the warehouse yet, I believe. One or two.
The Psychic, right?
It might be the Psychic. I don't remember which one.
Not one that I ordered yet. I still haven't even gotten a shipping notification. I'm on the edge of my seat over here.
The people that have only ordered like one title, a lot of them are starting to get shipping notices. Some people already got stuff. So if you ordered every title or one of the ones that are missing, you're just going to be waiting, unfortunately. America's Deadliest is great, highly ambitious, early 90s shot on video, but feels more in line with found footage. Nice. And I believe this was Jack Perez, right? And didn't he do some guy who kills people too? Yeah. And this was, a lot of people are calling this like one of the best TerraVision titles so far. I was really stoked to get this in. I need to watch that one soon.
That's actually one of the, believe it or not, a lot of the TerraVision stuff I've gotten thus far has been blind buys, just because I like what they're putting out. But that was actually one of the few that I've seen. I saw that a while ago. I remember getting it from the video store back in the day.
Right. Yeah, it's supposed to be great. And what is, shouldn't do this on the show, I guess, but the guy that's in his, Kevin Corrigan, he is amazing. I've always loved him.
Yeah, me too. Very underrated.
But then they also announced All Jacked Up and Full of Worms. This is coming again late September or early October. This is one of the Screambox titles, and I've been wanting to see this for some time. Did you get to see this one?
I did not, actually.
Really? I'm kind of surprised about that.
I know. I heard about it and I wanted to, and I didn't get a chance to.
So this one is supposed to be surprisingly pretty great. This says Roscoe, who's played by Philip Andre Botello, is a maintenance worker at a scuzzy hotel looking for an escape, a desire that becomes twisted reality when he and some others discover a stash of powerful hallucinogenic worms that take the group on a trip to hell. Guaranteed to offend or disgust, All Jacked Up and Full of Worms is a mind-bending experiment in pushing the boundaries of cinema.
I saw rave reviews about this.
Yeah, liking the sound of all of that. This is going to have a commentary with Alex Phillips and Trevor Dawkins, interview with Troy Lewis, and then 2 short films. And again, you can order it now or subscribe. I mean, this sounds great. And not to mention, this slipcover is freaking gorgeous. Like,
I know.
The colors on this are...
I love all their covers.
Incredible. I know. What else did we just get? Even this one, Cannibal Campout. This is a really good slip for this.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
It's like Second Sight TerraVision, Radiance, and Fun City Editions. Right off the top of my head are like the 4 where I'm just like, whatever they put out is probably going to be great.
I've got like 4 or 5 others to add on to that, and that my other show, The Incinerator, is one of the things I'm recording this weekend, and I shouldn't reveal everything yet because I hope people listen to it for this, but the episode we're putting out is we're incinerating boutique labels, and I'm taking on somebody from another physical media podcast, and the way that we do the show is I had to send in a list of 16 favorites, and cutting things off of that list was damn near impossible. And I cannot wait, but also I'm so scared for what's going to happen on Saturday to try to comb this down to just a couple is going to be terrible.
That sounds like a blast.
Will just showed up. America's Deadliest Home Video sounds like Jeremy got a Cameo account.
Oh, hey, Will. Glad you could join us.
That's hilarious. Ronnie says 96 people watching, but only 39 likes. Come on, people. I'm actually showing 99 watching. I think 96 on YouTube, though.
Yeah, but still not enough likes regardless.
This is true. Is it films at home? Oh, that's hilarious. Let's go to the next.
Oh, wait. Michael Smith. I will answer that with a absolutely 100% resounding yes.
I have not checked that out yet. Did that price ever come down on Bones and All?
Good question. I do not know the answer to, but it was one of my favorite films of last year. So
because it was hovering, wasn't it at like $25?
Yeah, it might still be up there.
It's 28 on Amazon right now.
What up?
What in the world?
Is it getting rare?
Man, that's why.
It depends on if you want to spend that much, Michael, but the movie itself is absolutely worth it.
You know, the other one that I was talking about today was somebody because we were talking about the Shout sale. One of the titles that they released recently has not gone down at all, and that is A Walk to Remember. Surprisingly, I love A Walk to Remember, and it came out, and on Amazon right now, it is $27.34.
Wow.
And it's been out for months. Like, I do not understand this.
It was part of the sale or no?
No, because it wasn't. I don't think it's a Shout Select title.
Oh, okay.
I guess it is. Yeah, it was just 2 brand new.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was a part of the sale, but it was like 25 or 24.
Yeah, not a big difference.
No, hardly at all. Okay, that's amazing. Sivner says it's Mandy more, not Mandy less, Ryan. Dang, that is a really great quote.
Oh, Bones is streaming on Prime now if you want to support that bald-headed piece of shit.
TerraVision also announced a new tote bag, and the art is by Ryan Graveface's wife, Chloe. And I actually really like the look of this. This is pretty damn cool.
Chloe's great. I'm the one who said during their live stream that we should get a Chloe original if we subscribe to the highest subscription tier. Because her art is fantastic.
One of the things that people don't talk about with TerraVision enough, and I just happen to have them with me, so I may as well bring them out, is inside each one. Let me make this off the screen. You get one of these that talks about creep coins, and one of them, you get the creep coin. It's the little green circle on the inside. And if you collect enough of them, you can turn them in with TerraVision to get something. And one of them is at 25 coins. So if you subscribe for 30 titles, you're going to have 25 of them. At 25, a custom Garbage Pail Kid trading card made of you by Chloe.
Oh, that's a pretty cool
pretty freaking rad.
Yeah, that's really rad.
But yeah, if you've never seen this, I'm going to go through some of these real quick. 8 coins, you get any TerraVision cassette. At 10 coins, any of their LPs. 30 coins, a VHS mixtape made by Ryan Grayface himself. 40 coins, a customized VHS cover of your favorite horror movie with you incorporated into the artwork.
How many is that?
40.
Okay.
At 50 coins, 12 months access to the TerraVision Vault, everything in the works. It's like a year-long backstage pass. 75 coins, Ryan Grayface will create a character for you to be in his next film. And then at 100 coins, 2 tickets to our annual Fright Fest in Savannah, Georgia. You'll receive the full VIP package, including limited run posters, t-shirts, backstage access to meet with directors, free Haxon experience, plus a place to stay. The only thing not provided is transportation. Also includes a free round of TerrorVision's Unhappy Campers membership. Membership includes exclusive hand-poured vinyl and more. Pretty damn rad.
I don't know. I mean, as much as I want the Chloe hand-drawn garbage pail kid of me, I don't know if I should get that or if I should save up for the 100.
Right?
Those come in every single one of their releases?
It's supposed to be in every single one. I've heard some people say that some of the recent ones hasn't had them. But Brad has said, I think it was on Facebook or maybe it was in our Discord, they're reworking to create some new prizes actually. So that could be why they're not included in some of those.
Interesting.
We got a question from Ash on the fence about buying Bloodsport on 4K from the UK. Do you think it will be released in the USA soon in 4K? I honestly, I kind of don't, because I feel like they would have announced it so far. It's been released in 2 different territories now. I really don't think that it would have been that far behind. We'll see.
If you want to highlight Will's comment there, I'll just say that I'm taking his book now and using it as toilet paper. I'm ripping out the pages and using them as toilet paper.
It can't be very absorptive. Next up, The Way We Were with Barbra Streisand and Robert Redford is getting a 4K release on October 17th. This is a 50th anniversary edition, and all I have to say, what is this cover art? Like, this seems like some of the laziest design work I've seen on a studio release in a long time. And I'm sure this is going to look great on 4K. It's coming from Sony. But oh man, this is not pretty.
At least make Robert Redford biting Barbra Streisand's neck like the Cannibal Campout cover.
Or, I mean, that was funny. But also, at least make Robert Redford visible.
Yeah.
We see half of his neck and the bottom portion kind of the side of his face. What?
And Barbra Streisand's schnauz.
Yeah, this could have been so much better. The title itself takes up a third almost of this entire cover, which is crazy. And then not to mention, everything is this weird brown color. Yeah,
it's not an attractive color at all.
No.
But not eye-catching.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one. Oscilloscope is releasing Clara Sola. This is coming next week. This was a little bit of a late thing because the way they do their subscription is very interesting, and we don't hear about titles sometimes till like it is suddenly about to be releasing and sent to your house. So this one is on the way. This has an audio commentary, some short films, and some behind-the-scenes footage. And I believe this also just got a UK release, so you may want to double check where you're getting this from. Comparing to the last cover, I really like the look of this. The reflective artwork is gorgeous.
I really like Oscilloscope. I don't know if I like enough of their titles to perhaps subscribe, but I do like them a lot, and I have quite a few of their releases.
Yeah, they do good stuff.
I don't think they get shout out enough. So
I completely agree. Yeah, they and I honestly still think they may have the most like appealing. Well, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. They have the most cost-effective subscription out there still. And if you have any of the titles that they put in the past and you like their quality, it's a really appealing subscription. So I get it. Completely get
it. Will's going to town in the comments about Garbage Pail Kids' names. just totally commandeering your show in the comments.
That's classic Will. Oscilloscope is also releasing Anonymous Club from 2021. This is a 16mm film that was shot over a 3-year period that chronicles Melbourne-based musician Courtney Barnett's ups and downs on the world tour for her album Tell Me How You Really Feel. And I've heard that this is actually great. I'm very curious to see this audio commentary on this. Have you heard anything from Courtney Barnett? I feel like she's somebody you'd like.
No, yeah, I've listened to some of her stuff. I like her. Not enough to be like a huge avid fan, but I've heard some stuff.
Yeah,
I love Kelly Reichardt. She's great. She's
Agreed.
almost exclusively released on Oscilloscope.
Yeah,
That Criterion Certain Women release.
is that the only one? That's what I was going to name, but I think that's the only
I
thing.
think that's the only one that isn't Oscilloscope. Yeah.
I'm wondering who's going to get her newest film. You saw that one, right? The one that just came out.
Oh yes. Why can't I remember that? Yeah, it's probably in my top 20 for the year as of now.
First Cows on A24. That's right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that just it didn't get any kind of special release. I don't know why I can't think of the name of that new one, but it's a good question as to who will put that out first. Oh, and Old Joy is Criterion too.
I always forget that was Reichardt.
Yeah.
Kelly Reichardt is great.
Yeah, she is.
What is this? I was so shocked. I did not expect to see this. I'm just kidding. Hey, I made a zine. This originally was for the Patreon, but it's kind of taken on a life of its own. Craig, who is in the chat from Deaf Crocodile tonight, he wrote a really cool top 5 post-2000 Scorsese piece in here. I've got a really wonderful review from Various Spaghetti, who's also in the chat tonight. That is a part of this. Troy Howard, who was on the show a couple times, he wrote like a wish list of films that he wants to see release. And then Chris Haskell is from They Live by Film. And man, he went all in on like a 5-page piece about Arbalos films that actually Craig from Deaf Crocodile was a founding member of. And we go through all of their titles, and then we got an exclusive interview about their newest release. And I don't know, this thing is special. If you are ever into physical media or curious about what's in these things, you can buy this on Amazon now. The link is in the description below. I will be getting this up on Apple Books here soon. I'm in the process of that. The approval process takes a little longer on that one. They're a little more stringent than Bezos. But at this point, I'm very curious to see where this comes out in the future. I'm really digging this, and every month, brand new artwork from Planet Mondo coming. This is his second piece for us, and I think that this piece is incredible.
Yeah, it's beautiful. This is a piece of literature that I look forward to on a monthly basis. I told Ryan in private, but I'll say it now. If you're at all, if you're watching the show, then you got to be reading this thing, because it's everything that we love about physical media collecting and all these different labels that we discuss on a weekly basis. And it's just the amount of effort that he puts into this thing is astounding. So check it out, please.
I appreciate that. As Craig basically says the same thing.
As Craig says the same thing. And shout out to Various Spaghetti, who is another person just like John Peters, where if you don't follow him on Letterboxd, you should, because one of my favorite people to read movie reviews from. They're long, in-depth, and introspective most of the time.
Stan says no physical edition, and man, this is where it gets tough. Like, obviously that is a dream. I would love to get this out as a printed magazine every single month, but there's a couple things. So first off, this was the biggest month yet, and it was 18 pages. Like, that's not a lot to go to a local print shop and try to get them to print 18 pages. To put it out as a full-size magazine, get it something like 3 times that length. I can't go and make a 55-page zine every month. That would literally kill me, probably. So we will see. I'm looking to maybe every 3 months, I might go and consolidate the last 3 and do the print on demand from Amazon. Because for that, I think you have to have the minimum is like 24 pages. So that works out, but we'll see. It is so much that goes into this.
If you did the print on demand with Amazon, would they send it as like 3 separate volumes, or would it just be one?
It would all be smushed together as one. So it's tough. John says Vinegar Syndrome Press.
The question sounds like the question from the other day in the Discord. Why don't you have an app yet?
And the funny thing is the person that asked that was Chris Haskell from They Live by Film. He said, "Yeah, Ryan, you should make an app." And I went, "Oh God, I'm tired
already."
Oh man, everybody's saying they'd buy a physical one. Yeah, I wish.
I would buy a physical one in a heartbeat.
Oh, thanks, Paul. I appreciate that. He says he'd buy a print-on-demand omnibus.
I would too. I just wish it was separated into the different volumes.
Oh gosh, Bruiser. What if all of us Patreon folks shipped in to cover cost? I'd be curious how much it would cost. I can't promise anything, but I will tell you I am in the process of talking to some people to see how much it would cost. So
what if you did it like you know how A24 has their little zines that they send each month to if you're a subscriber, and then you can also just buy them if you're not a subscriber?
Yeah.
They did one where after like the first, I want to say like 12, then they bundled them up into a box set. So you could do that where you wait till you've built up a little bit and then print out and make it in like a box set of like the first 10 issues or something and send it out that way.
That's what Craig just said. A year-end omnibus would not be a bad idea. That'd be fun.
You go. Craig and I are on the same page, clearly.
Interesting. And then Sibner says print it smaller and put it in a media book. I will do that, but only if I can print it in German. Oh man, yeah, this sounds fun.
I wonder what the physical media advocate is in German. I'm gonna look it up right
now. Chris Silvestri is watching on Facebook, says I want my physical copy signed by me, Jeremy, Will, and Celeste. I love that Jeremy, Will, and Celeste have not even been in it yet.
Are we? Yeah, none of us have. I guess we're just the most common guests.
Anyways, that's enough about my stuff. Let's keep going and talk about Blumhouse. Or this is who is this? Universal. That's right. I don't know why I said Blumhouse. The Halloween trilogy. This has never been released.
Hear what the physical media advocate would be in German?
Oh no.
Der Anwalt für physische Medien. There you go.
Very interesting.
I'm gonna put it in the. Oh wait, I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna log into YouTube and put it.
Stan says Das Advocat. Reservoir Fella 88 says Radiance Film does a zine for subs and it's really nice. Yeah, completely agree. They are a really good spot. I may actually talk to Fran. That's a good idea too. All right, so this one, nothing new on these Halloween steelbooks, and that artwork, eh?
I mean, I'm intrigued by this. It's appealing to me. I'm not going to deny it, but I don't know if I love the movies enough to get this. All three of them.
Here's the thing. I actually like the three films.
All three of them?
I do like all three of them. I think that 18 was a really good Halloween film. I think Kills was brutal, and it was the first Halloween film that made me go, wow, like, this is a deadly Halloween film. And then the third one, I mean, it's The Ender. It wasn't amazing, but I think that once I understood that it was the end of the supposed franchise, for now at least, that watching it the second time, I appreciated it a whole lot more.
I'm actually the opposite. I liked the end. Halloween Ends more than Kills.
Interesting. The only thing I didn't like about Kills was the Evil Dies Tonight aspect, but the brutality in Kills was actually really well done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some people really up in arms about the artwork. How do you feel about the artwork?
I don't mind the artwork. I think it's okay. How do you feel about this box set as a whole?
I mean, we knew it was going to happen. One of the things I really wanted to say is the fact that this is full-blown in exploited franchise territory. This is not going to be the last releases of these Halloween films. People need to really understand that, because there was a lot of complaints about they just came out with these last year. I already have these. Why are they doing another one? They will be doing more and more and more. There is nothing different about these from the previous releases, and that's how it will always be for these, for the most part. They just license new artwork. That's the thing. It's Michael Myers, and it sells well.
speaking of the artwork, I was just about to actually say the same thing as Subaquatic. It's very similar to the Halloween box set that Chow put out. I feel like.
Yeah.
It looks similar to me.
Yeah, it's very, very similar for sure. I don't love the artwork here. I got to be honest. I'm not fully against it, but I don't know. Something about the almost cartoony look. Maybe it's just the mock-up doesn't look great, and maybe it'll be even better. And I got to be honest. A lot of people hate steelbooks. I'm a steelbook guy. I literally have I have 9 steelbooks displayed on the wall behind me. I love them. I really like some of these steelbook collections where it's housed in the steel package and it's a whole bunch of steelbooks inside. However, this just doesn't really appeal to me that much, and I like the Halloween franchise.
I put it in my cart, but I don't know if I'm going to pull the trigger. That's how I feel about it.
Carrie says, "Did you like how Lori aggressively stabs herself in the ass with a syringe?" I mean,
who wouldn't?
It's Jamie Lee. I like Jamie Lee. All right, this is actually pretty damn cool. So October 24th, Kino Lorber is releasing Alien Outlaw from 1985. But the cool thing, this is the second release in a new series called Kino Cult, and they are having spine numbered slipcovers. They're having these very interesting looking films.
What was the first release? I must have missed it.
It's about to get announced, and I'm sure that we're going to have some speculation. I think that they're waiting, and I'm going to explain why in just a minute. But I'm going to do that after we reveal what the third title is. So this is the second spine in the Kino Cult line. This is a film by Phil Smoot, and this one is going to have 4K restoration from the OCN, a couple audio commentaries, a featurette with the director, interviews, news conference, like way more special features than most Kino titles. And it stars Lash LaRue, which is pretty damn cool. Their number 3 title also will as well. All those, man, you got to shout out yourself earlier too, not just Kino. So let's... yes, K-Man, it is a metal case holder like that Rambo set for sure. Let's keep going. And after the third title, then we're going to speculate on something from them. We mentioned this earlier. Universal is releasing on October 10th a Best Buy exclusive 4K steelbook of Megan from last year. This also includes the unrated cut. So once again, they came out with the blue and then released a 4K fairly recently after that. But on top of that, this is now, it's got the unrated cut. It's got everything that you could want in this.
But I could have swore that the Blu-ray had the unrated cut.
It did.
Yeah. So it's like, at least they made it a steelbook. I mean, that's a little bit of a perk instead of it just being a 4K upgrade and nothing else.
What do you think of the steelbook?
I like it. But I don't know if I'll get it.
I got to admit, I think I like the steelbook more than I like the movie.
Yeah.
I don't think it was great. I just wanted a lot more from it. And I will say the unrated cut, much better than the PG-13 cut of this.
Yeah.
If
I might pick this one up. I think it was PG-13, yeah. I think this if I'm not mistaken, when I looked on Best Buy, it's not like it's terribly expensive.
I think it was 28.
Yeah. Which I feel is pretty reasonable, so I might actually pick it up.
Yeah, most of the Disney seals are like 38 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, I don't know, the whole 4K thing is rubbing me the wrong way still. Like, obviously, it deserved to come out on 4K the first time, but yeah.
I just picked up Asteroid City, for example, and I'm expecting the very strong possibility of them doing the same thing with that.
Yeah, I mean that's a good question. I'm still amazed that we don't have any Wes Anderson 4K release from Criterion yet.
I know that perplexes me as well, and I know that Asteroid City will probably get a Criterion at some point as well. Why not?
Well, I mean, we're still 3 films behind from him going to Criterion.
Only 2: French Dispatch, and now this one.
Isle of Dogs too.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I completely forgot about Isle of Dogs.
So they are. God, when did Isle of Dogs came out? Like 2017?
It was it was a while ago. So they are behind.
So yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since one of his new ones got a release.
Interesting. Subaquatic says Asteroid City Criterion 4K 2026. That's a strong prediction.
Oh yeah, he said Isle of Dogs as well, or they. I'm sorry. Isle of Dogs has a 4K master ready and waiting, as far as I know. Interesting. Oh, that's a good question. How many of the older Wes Anderson films do they even have 4K masters out there, or were they 2K?
He shoots on film.
Interesting.
That's a good question.
That could change the outlook on. I haven't even looked those up yet. So if they don't have 4K scans, that's not a simple just jump into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Carrie Mulligan wanted to shout out the unrated cut doesn't add much. There was no extra scenes, just added violence and language. They claimed to kill was cut, but it wasn't added. The violence and language, honestly, I think it adds quite a bit.
Yeah, it added more for me. Yeah.
The elevator death for sure was the biggest one for me that it was changed. Especially because I love Ronnie Chang. I think he's hilarious.
Yeah, he is hilarious.
Then Warner Archive. Man, we've had a solid month from a lot of people, and Warner Archive is one of them. These are all coming on September 26th, and guess what? We are not just looking at releases from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. This first film is from 2000, and it is Before Night Falls, and it stars Javier Bardem. Look at that. And then Johnny Depp is also in this.
Wow.
I have never seen this. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Me neither. Oh, thank you, Terry. Look at you doing that. He says, looking at Criterion, the only 4K master was for The Life Aquatic. So theoretically, that might be a lot easier and cost effective for them to release in 4K, but maybe they're waiting and gonna do like every other month do a new Wes Anderson or a box set or something. Who knows?
If they did a box set, I would be stoked. And honestly, I mean, if they're gonna do a box set of somebody, that's Wes is clearly like one of their favorite people, judging by how many releases of his that they put out. So it would make sense that maybe they would do a box set at some point.
Stan and Sibner both said that this is a great movie, or I guess Sibner didn't. He said it was a big deal when it came out. This is one that immediately went on my wish list for after this comes out. On this, we got a special feature list that is surprisingly long for Warner Archive 2. Commentary with the director and actor Javier Bardem, screenwriter Lazaro Gomez Carriles. I realize the way I just said that might have implied that Javier was the director. It's not. Julian Schnabel is the director. The composer, co-director, there's a bunch of people on this commentary. They've got some shorts, documentary, 1983 interview with Reynaldo Arenas, behind the scenes, home movie. There's a lot coming on this disc from Warner Archive.
Cool. Yeah, I'll pick that one up for sure. Especially with Stan's endorsement.
Yep. And then moving right along, this one is maybe the most exciting thing that they've announced in a long time. And I say that unironically. They're releasing 1997's Cats Don't Dance. Yep. And I am stoked on this. I watched this a lot as a kid.
Oh my God. I was about to say the same thing. I watched this on repeat. I still had my old Disney, like the big box for the Disney VHSs,
the big clamshell.
Yeah, the clamshell cases. I still have the one for this.
Craig says, am I the rare person who generally prefers great single releases over box sets? That big cost scares me away from most box sets. Normally, I'd actually probably agree with you if they are pricing them accordingly. That's the biggest thing. If they were pricing them at a lower price than normal, sure. But for the Wes Anderson thing, a lot of people have the Blu-ray releases. So I would be more enticed to upgrade if it was a 4K box set than to buy each one at $25.
Yeah.
Let's see. Simner says, perhaps those 30s musicals aren't selling as well as they'd hoped. I don't think that's actually the case. I think that they're saying essentially that they are trying to release these just as they're getting restorations. And a lot of those 30s films are falling apart, and they're restoring those more rapidly than some of the newer films. So, yeah. Silent Mandible. Is La La Land just live action Cats Don't Dance? Oh, man. That's amazing. Grand Budapest Hotel took 6 years from theatrical to Criterion Blue. Maybe Isle of Dogs will come next year, then we can predict a 6-year pattern for the next two.
Wow. He's putting them out faster than Criterion can put them out.
Yeah, that's true. And I think he had like 2 waiting during the pandemic, right?
Oh God.
Yeah, I think he's already working on the next one. So yeah, this one is going to have Warner Brothers classic cartoons, all in HD. Curtain Raiser, Daffy Duck in Hollywood, Showbiz, Bugs, What's Up Doc, original theatrical trailer, and this one has Scott Bakula, Jasmine Guy, Natalie Cole in this. I'm definitely getting this one.
Yeah, I watched this on repeat as a kid.
Sibner says, I know they prioritize based on prints, but this feels like such a 180 from the previously stated. Yeah. Carrie Mulligan, Michael Keane sarcastically called Cats Don't Dance a box office sensation, but I was still surprised to see it. It only grossed $3.5 million.
Wow.
This felt huge to me when I was a kid.
As a kid, it's a big deal, but
Right.
maybe it didn't do well.
Interesting. Continuing down their line of the older films, we are getting Katharine Hepburn's Christopher Strong from 1933. This one is going to come with vintage short subjects, Plain Nuts in HD, Tomalio in HD, and then vintage cartoons, Buddy's Beer Garden in HD. That is pretty damn cool. And then the next one, this one, speaking of Woody Harrelson, Palmetto from 1998. This also stars Elizabeth Shue and Gina Gershon. This will have the original trailer, and that is it.
This is a surprisingly underrated film, in my opinion, actually. I really enjoy this one. I'm sad that the only bonus feature is a trailer, but
yeah.
But it's a great movie. So
a great movie that I am honestly shocked is getting a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
This is very surprising from them.
Yeah, it is.
Then one that's not surprising in the least bit, Saratoga from 1937 with Clark Gable, Jean Harlow, and Lionel Barrymore. This one is going to have the original theatrical trailer and then The Romance of Celluloid from 1937 in HD. Just continuing, long month from them, Westward the Women. This is from 1951. This is a Robert Taylor film, and this one's going to have an audio commentary by Scott Amon, vintage MGM featurette Challenge of the Wilderness, Lux Radio Theater broadcast from December of 52 with Robert Taylor and Denise Darcell. That one's audio only. And then MGM Tom and Jerry cartoons, Texas Tom, The Duck Doctor, and the original theatrical trailer. They put a lot on this disc, like crazy.
But only a trailer for Palmetto. My only question is, how many mules do the women get?
It's a good question. The dowries were much smaller back then. Caveman says Cats Don't Dance is on YouTube. Interesting.
Great. Not on Blu-ray.
That's true. Is it in HD? Probably not. Speaking of some of the older classics, the Coen Film Collection, Coen Media Group is a partner label of Kino Lorber. They are continuing to add to their slate from this year from some pretty incredible titles. We are getting The Three Musketeers from 1921 and The Iron Mask from 1929, both starring Douglas Fairbanks. Again, we're probably going to get 19 comments in the chat at least talking about the ugly sea on the cover of all of their films. But they are doing a lot of stuff that people will not see released anywhere else. So I'm glad that they keep doing what they're doing.
And oddly apt for our discussion tonight.
Oddly. Sibner says Cats Don't Dance came out the same weekend as Liar Liar, and all three original Star Wars films had been re-released with that new extra footage. So yeah, people were not going to the theater for Cats Don't Dance. That makes a lot of sense.
Liar Liar, what a classic.
Love that movie. Another one that got a Shout Select release.
That's true.
Another Kino Lorber partner title, Milestone Films, is releasing The Edge of the World from 1937. This is a Michael Powell film. Michael Powell, of course, has done stuff like The Red Shoes. And this is getting a new 2K restoration of the film, an audio commentary by Thelma Schoonmaker, a film historian in Christie, and Daniel Day-Lewis reading from Michael Powell's book on the making of the film.
Huh.
Interesting. And then Return to the Edge of the World from 1979, in which Michael returns to Fula, however you say this, with the cast and crew. An Airman's Letter to His Mother from 1941, where Michael Powell's World War II era short film is included on the disc. And then some alternative scenes, some Michael Powell's home movies narrated by Thelma Schoonmaker. I mean, this is a pretty stacked disc if you're into Michael Powell.
I was gonna say it is. Bruiser said it's an instant buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Paul's into the cover. Yeah, I think the cover of this is really nice. I mean, the water coming up on this, and it's just great looking.
Yeah.
Milestone does some great work. Commentary by Thelma is a reason to buy, says Craig. Caveman says Coen Film Collection has no relation to the Coen Brothers. Correct, because they're spelled differently.
Yep. No H in the Coen Brothers.
That's the only reason they're different. Then, man, did this come out of nowhere. Kino Lorber also announced October 24th they're getting Salvation, Have You Said Your Prayers Today? This is a 1987 film starring Viggo Mortensen. It says laid-off factory worker Jerome Stample enlists the aid of his sister-in-law to abduct and blackmail a sex-obsessed TV minister, played by Stephen McCaddy. But when Reverend Randall meets Jerome's true believer wife, Rhonda, who is Exene Cervenka of the punk band X, he realizes she is an evangelical rock star in the making. A prophetic satire by Beth B., Salvation, Have You Said Your Prayers Today, was produced just before the foundations of American religion were shaken by the scandals of real-life evangelists Jim Bakker and Jimmy Swaggart. Released during the MTV explosion, Salvation is bathed in a glossy 80s aesthetic and backed with songs by New Order and Cabaret Voltaire, laced with the razor-sharp social commentary that made Beth B. one of the most provocative voices of a generation. And I need this release. On this, we get an interview with Beth B. by Indie Collect president Sandra Schulberg, the Dominatrix Sleeps Tonight, a music video by Beth B., and then a trailer for the Beth B. collection from this year. And this looks incredible.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
Sibner, honestly, when there's no restoration, do you think anyone at Kino watches these titles before deciding to put them out? I sure hope so. But yeah, this sounds amazing. I don't know how I've never seen this. This sounds like so right up my alley. Good time to bring this up. I really wanted to say a big thank you to the community tonight. I had posted a couple times, and I mentioned at the very end of last Thursday's show that we had a individual who's in the Discord that has undergone a personal tragedy. His wife is struggling. She had been living a very active life and had not been doing well, and she is currently stuck in a wheelchair, basically. And they are in a really terrible position. And everybody that is surrounding this community came together, and we donated more than $3,700 to this family on the other side of the world. And I know a lot of people were skeptical. I did see enough evidence to conclude that this was somebody genuinely in need. I would never have asked if I didn't see that, but I am astonished that we all came together and sent this much to somebody in need. And I thank you all, because I'm amazed that we could come together like this, because I don't think many other channels would have responded like this. And it takes a lot for everybody to do this. If you are still interested in donating, I'm still sending over any straggling donations. So the link is on here. But yeah, I will say, if you're listening on the podcast later or watching this in the next couple days, please don't hesitate to consider sending something still. You can go to paypal.me/RVINLS, and I will still send this for as long as they come in. The family's going to need a lot more. They live in a house with a lot of stairs, and she's stuck in a wheelchair. So it is a massive change to somebody's life. And again, thank you all for responding. Truly.
Yes. Couldn't agree more.
But now let's talk about Burt Reynolds and Shark.
Oh, yeah.
So Signal One Entertainment is a company that we don't talk about a lot on here because they don't announce that much. And they have announced 3 titles suddenly. This is a company from the UK. September 25th, the Burt Reynolds film Shark is coming out. This is from 1969. This also has a lot of lacking of special features. We got a still gallery on here and a trailer, and then a video essay by Lee Gambin, which is great. He's been on the channel before. But the big thing is this is a Samuel Fuller film. I didn't know that. Interesting.
I also did not know that.
But the other two
I
titles.
don't like the way Bert's looking at me on that cover.
No, it's not a great cover. These other two titles are probably more exciting for those in the UK, at least. The Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires is also being released on September 25th from Signal One Entertainment. This is a co-production between Hammer Films and Shaw Brothers, and it's got Peter Cushing in this, who we're obviously going to be talking about a lot tonight. And this is great. This also had a release from Scream Factory, but I don't think this had a good release in the UK at all. So I hope that a lot of people are very encouraged by this.
Peter Cushing, a very frequent Coen Brothers collaborator, so obviously we'll be talking about him a lot tonight. Just kidding.
But maybe the most exciting thing they announced, October 16th, they are releasing Death Race 2000, which has long been out of print in the US.
I spent a lot of money on that child release.
Yeah, this one has been missing in action for a long time. So pretty soon you'll be able to get an in-print Blu-ray of Death Race 2000. Do not spend. I don't know how much you spent, but I've seen people spend 150 plus on that.
Yeah, over $100 for sure. I think I was able to get an okay deal, but it was still probably like $70 or something like that, 70, 75.
It's still a lot. And you'll probably be able to get this for like 18.
There's literally a copy of the Shout one at CD Trader right now.
Oh no, for like
this past weekend. Yeah,
115.
Like something like that.
Jesus. All right, so the big box set announcement from this week possibly is Peter Cushing coming to the Severn Films collection soon under the Cushing Curiosities box set. This is going to have 5 feature films, 6 BBC teleplays, a 200-page book, and more than 16 hours of special features. Like, what? I mean, Severn, how do they keep doing this?
Yeah. It's nuts.
It's crazy. Box set after box set after box set. They've got so much. Yeah, and they're all incredible. So this is going to include Cone of Silence from 1960. Special features on this. We got a newsreel of Peter Cushing and his miniature soldiers, illustrated audio interviews, a whole bunch of other stuff on this. The next post has some more on this. We got Disc 2, Suspect from 1960, and The Man Who Finally Died from 1962. That one has an audio commentary by Jonathan Rigby and Kevin Lyons. And then for The Man Who Finally Died with Kim Newman and Barry Forshaw. So that's pretty cool. Discs 3 and 4 is the Sherlock Holmes series from 1968. Audio commentaries for all episodes by Kim Newman and Barry Forshaw. Holy hell. Crazy that they did commentaries for all of them. All episodes available with the BBC Countdown Clock, illustrated Peter Cushing audio interview with David Stewart Davies, lost segments with optional commentary by Jonathan Rigby and Kevin Lyons. Craziness. And then Bloodsuckers from
bonus features.
Yes. Bloodsuckers from 1971 is going to be on disc 5. This one also has an audio commentary with Jonathan Rigby and Kevin Lyons. There's a short film by Robert Hartford Davis called Stranger in the City from 1961. We got some other interviews, lots of stuff on this disc. And then Tender Dracula from 1974. That one is coming on disc 6, audio commentary with Rigby and Lyons again, interview with the director and interview with the actor in that. This is just an astonishing amount. And then on top of all that, the 200-page book was written by Jonathan Rigby. This looks crazy.
I agree.
Yeah,
Severn's killing it with the box sets. Even though, like, I'm not a big fan of the Emmanuel box set, because I'm not a big fan of those films, I still recognize that it's an amazing box set. That people are loving it, so they're just killing it with these box sets.
Paul says Severn is Cushing it with the set. Love that. Then they announced some standard releases. So all of these have been a part of other box sets, but they're getting standalone Blu-rays. So just like Craig from Deaf Crocodile was saying, hey, single releases, if you are into those, this is your chance to get some of these. Clear Cut, this was in the All the Haunts Be Ours box set. This one is going to be coming on October 17th and the middle of September from the Severn site. The rest of these are coming widely on September 26th and shipping from the beginning of September on the Severn site. Footprints, this was from the House of Psychotic Women set. Dracula and Son, this was in one of the Christopher Lee box sets, I believe. Identikit, this was also from the House of Psychotic Women. And then Story of a Cloistered Nun, this was from the Nunsploitation box set they did. Pretty cool.
That All Our Haunts Are Ours is a great box set.
It really is. I hope that second one that they alluded to in my interview with them last year not finally. It's not like we've been waiting, but I hope it comes to fruition eventually.
Yeah.
Sibner says, hate to gripe about pricing again with Severn, but how do they justify $28 for one title when the box set was $60 altogether? And I think that's kind of the point of this, actually. It's to incentivize you buying the box set rather than the single film. And then if you really just want those films, you can get them on sale probably for $18 or $20 during a sale. The next thing, this is super rare, but I have to promote my other show. The Incinerator is doing a live recording. This is happening on the channel next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern on October 23rd. Or wait, maybe it's not Tuesday. Maybe it's Wednesday. It's the 23rd Wednesday. It is next Wednesday. Oops.
Yes.
Next Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. The Incinerator is doing a live incineration of the films of Ridley Scott and Tony Scott. And it is going to be a pay what you can to come watch. We're looking at $5 if possible. There's a Venmo here to donate. And all of the donations that night are going to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And it's going to be a blast. We got Mitchell Beaupre from Letterboxd showing up. And then Connor O'Donnell is going to be the other one. And he has done a handful of other things in film as well. And it's going to be a blast. I can't wait until we do this.
Sounds like a blast.
Sibner, do we think that Severn will treat those as new or half off this Black Friday? They will be brand new. They will not be half off until the summer sale next year.
Yeah. Too soon.
Thank you, Caveman. Yeah, may as well promote that right now, too. Next Tuesday, I'm also doing a live stream on Bob's Blu-rays channel. I'm in the Steelbook and Slipcover competition. This is the championship round. I haven't done anything with it in like 4 months because I won my first night pretty easily. and now I'm here for the championship next week.
Nice.
Carrie says, I hope you devote an hour to the fantastic and underrated Domino. It definitely won't be able to be an hour. Otherwise, we'll be streaming for 5 hours.
Well, I do agree. Underrated.
Brian says, it's my daughter's birthday tomorrow, and she's next to me. Can I have a happy birthday? Of course. Happy birthday, Brian's daughter. I hope you have a wonderful day. Daughter. I hope that you have an amazing day, just like your amazing dad. And we got another happy birthday from Subaquatic, and they keep coming.
They're flowing in now.
Hey, we talked about an umbrella a minute ago. How about this? They are releasing Talk to Me in October on 4K in this steelbook, and it comes with this giant hand that is not colored at all. And they send a pen with you so that you can color with one color.
A roller coaster of emotions for me on this last night when it got announced very late. I texted Ryan because I wanted the hand replica and was trying to figure out if I should buy it, and if I did, what else I should put in my cart to get the free shipping so I don't have to pay international shipping with umbrella. And then Ryan informed me what I'm sure he was about to let everybody else know as well, which is good.
Well, the first thing, Jeremy texted me at 1 a.m. last night about this.
That's when I got the email announcement.
And the crazy thing, I had already posted the announcement. I was still awake. I was working on some other stuff. And we talked from like 1 in the morning till 1:30. And yeah, we talked about this. But A24 is going to be selling their own version of the Talk to Me hand. And it will be a replica. It will be all colored and everything. So you might want to wait and get that one.
Yeah. So then I was able to sleep soundly last night.
Bruiser says, "Isn't this set like $110?" You
It
know, it's like is it 110 or is it 100 somewhere around there?
It's 110.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's
And then the
that's
set
rough.
without the hand and everything else included is 60. So you're paying $50 for the hand, uncolored. I don't know how much A24s will be, but at least it'll have all the written on stuff.
Now, I got to admit, a lot of the stuff that they're doing for this release is pretty damn cool, and I think that's actually special because it is an Australian film. So I'm glad Umbrella is going all in on a wonderful Australian release to really give that some actual respect.
I agree, and I think I'll still buy the bundle without the hand because I think it is cool. I like the outer slip case and the book. I'll just save the hand for the A24 release of it.
Paul says it's $160 Australian. Whew. And yeah, Subaquatic said A24 big box edition. That is likely coming. It'll probably come in one of these. And the way that they've been doing it, I think I've recognized the pattern now, is if it had a 4K release in the regular Lionsgate size, it gets the big box release. But if it didn't, then it gets the regular 4K, like Marcel the Shell. Type of thing. So this one, I believe, is coming out on 4K in the US from Lionsgate and A24, and then eventually it'll get this massive box from A24 probably.
Anthony, I will buy the hand from A24. You are correct, not the Umbrella hand. And also, it was 1 a.m. Ryan's time.
Yes, it was 1 a.m. in Missouri, so it was only 11 in LA. But then we also talked for half an hour about it.
I didn't expect you to respond, by the way.
Yeah, Jeremy texted me in the middle of the night, like 5 days of the week, probably.
And then I just wait till the next morning to have the conversation. I need to get my thoughts out there, you know?
Yeah, and much of the time when I wake up, it's like 2 7 or 8 minute voice messages.
Oh, Lord.
I love that we're just airing your dirty laundry here.
Yeah.
Hey, let's talk about
to be my friend.
Let's talk about maybe the most exciting thing that happened all day for a lot of people in regards to physical media. Disney and Fox, technically 20th Century Studios, is finally releasing 2022's Prey. This is coming on October 3rd in a 4K release, a Blu-ray release, a DVD release. It is getting this Best Buy exclusive 4K Steelbook, but it is coming as a standard release as well on the same day. Beyond all of that, it's actually getting genuine special features. Like we have a commentary, we have deleted scenes, we have making ofs, we have alternate opening scenes. The only thing I'm not seeing is the Comanche language listed. So I'm not sure if they're going through with that, but this is a big deal. Like the whole Australian physical media from Disney being canceled recently, this is invigorating to see this happen.
It is exciting, and even though I didn't love the movie, I'll still probably pick it up.
Yeah, I'm not really one on this channel to say very often, hey, you should support this release to support something, so everybody should buy it. But I kind of feel like this is one we honestly should do that for, because there's so many things that are positive about this. I mean, the way that this was made, the fact that it's a part of this franchise, and many people think that this is the best since the first one. I think the art on this is really great if you're going to go for the Steelbook. I'm very happy that it's getting a physical release at all. I don't know. This could push them to doing something like Barbarian. It could, lead to some other things that have not come out at all. I think
100%.
that this is, it's following up the release announcement of The Boogeyman that was also from 20th Century Studios. So, yeah, this is shocking.
Yeah, I agree with you that if there's any piece of physical media to strongly support, it's this. For the same reason that Paul mentioned up here, is to show Disney how important physical media is and try and get them to be like not as shitty.
The hard part Disney has never cared about physical media. They've been against it literally since the dawn of time. So I don't have a ton of hope, but I do hope some ways that this fixes it.
Yeah. I mean, that's all we have. That's all we can do.
I really love some of Sibner's comments here, so I do want to highlight them. We cannot underappreciate how big this is. It is, as far as I know, the first exclusive streaming film to get a physical release, especially from a major studio like this. And that's somebody's going to come back and say something like The Irishman. It had theatrical play. I think the only theatrical play Prey had was when it premiered at Fantastic Fest, and that's it. Like, this is an actual shocking big deal.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's a downside for me, like I said, is not including the Comanche language, and Craig is upset about that too. That's the number one thing I want is both languages. But if this sells well, it could mean more good stuff coming. I agree.
That's the biggest deal. Yeah, that's why even though again I didn't love the movie, which I just saw Stan said as well, I'll still be picking it up because we gotta support it.
Well, and
I liked the movie, I just didn't love it.
My hot take, it didn't even appeal to me enough to watch it yet. I feel terrible. I need to see it. I haven't seen like the last couple Predator sequels. That's why I haven't got there yet. It wasn't that it's not appealing to me as a film, because it really is. It looked great, but
yeah,
I want to catch up to the franchise first, and I just don't have time for that.
Sure.
I promise. Let's see. And then Sibner's last comment. I have a feeling now that the Disney Plus shows aren't doing so well, plus the WandaVision Manta Lab packaging, they might start putting their stuff out on physical. We'll see. I think that's a big question. I would hope so, but I don't know. I can't trust them at all.
I'm really, really, really hoping. I'm hoping this is a push for something bigger.
And Carrie Mulligan says it's not just Disney, which is absolutely true. There are many great titles locked in streaming land. Two of the biggest are System Crasher and Enola Holmes. Not only Netflix stuff, and honestly, not even streaming stuff. I'm still shocked the number of like festival films that we're losing every single year. It's crazy. Yeah. The number of I almost feel like lost media is going to start happening more and more now than any of the eras before this, which is crazy considering what we've lost previously.
Yeah.
Because, anybody can take out their phone and make a feature-length film. It may not be great, but they can do it. So the other big thing I wanted to shout out is a reminder that the same website, the Digital Bits, that dropped the knowledge on Prey today, they are the same ones that confirmed earlier this year that The Abyss and was it True Lies, I believe was the other one, was supposed to be coming out on 4K before the end of this year. Honestly, this getting announced from 20th Century kind of makes me think that we may actually still get those before the end of this year.
That'd be great. Also, we're all being very optimistic here and hypothetical when we talk about this kind of stuff, but what R1133 said, if we're talking about streaming stuff, we got to go to some of the shows too. There's a ton of streaming shows that I would love to see get physical media releases.
Absolutely.
Some of my favorite shows of all time are streaming, and stuck in streaming land.
Yeah. You and I were just talking about Schitt's Creek. How is that? I think it's on DVD.
Just DVD.
What are we doing?
And then there's even movies that aren't streaming, that weren't streaming only, that still haven't gotten physical media. Well, still under the Disney, umbrella, like something like The Empty Man, which is unbelievably underrated.
Right. And then Sibner brings up Midnight Mass, which is my favorite Mike Flanagan thing he's ever done, which is crazy because he's done some incredible things.
Well, Midnight Mass is a masterpiece, and I have a bootleg of that because I love it so much. I needed a physical media version of it, so I'll admit it.
The hard part is they released the two miniseries before that on Blu-ray. So why can't we get Midnight Mass?
His most successful one, not that Haunting on Hill House and Bly Manor aren't good. But
you say most successful. His most successful is easily Haunting on Hill House. It was way more popular than Midnight Mass. It was not better, but it's way more popular.
Interesting. Okay. Oh wow. I mean, I would love that. I agree with Carey Mulligan too. I would love Teenage Bounty Hunters was a really underrated show that sadly got canceled after one season.
Yeah, I want a physical release of the latest Chainsaw Massacre as well. Even though it's not top tier of the franchise, I still want it.
R1133 is actually correct because I actually spoke directly with Flanagan about that, and he's so pissed that doesn't have a
Yeah.
physical media release.
What a name drop, Jeremy.
He's the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
Really
you need to slip in my number and get him on the show.
I tried already.
Back.
I'm too busy for that guy.
I'm too busy striking. Back to Kino Cult. The third title in the line is The Dark Power, and a very suggestive cover that's not very reflective of the film here. This one is coming on October 24th. Again, this will have the spine number on the slipcover. This is number 3. This is from 1985. This has a new 4K restoration from the OCN 16 millimeter. It's got a couple audio commentaries on this, and again, just a solid looking release from them for this line. But now, I'm going to do some of my biggest speculating that I've ever done. So when I saw them announce these, I'm going to take this down so that people understand. I'm not telling you this is happening. I'm not saying that this is a guarantee. Don't go run somewhere else and say this. I think Kino Cult is going to be a big thing for them. And I think that this weekend, we're going to get the announcement for the first in the line. And here's where I think this gets crazy, is cult films are not just like shitty action or low-budget horror movies. Cult films are underseen films that have a huge, very like aggressive fan base that loves those films. Maybe they haven't been seen for a long time. Well, I'm going to remind everybody, earlier this year, we had somebody slipped and let out that a very, very famous cult film that has never been on physical media before was going to be coming out from another label this year. I feel like we're going to get an announcement from Kino Lorber that the number 1 in their cult movies line is going to be Little Darlings. And I feel like they're going to announce that this weekend.
Wow.
I think that would be massive for them and would get people to come out for this line and start collecting all of the Kino Cult titles, and that would be a huge deal.
That would be huge for sure. I'm automatically collecting the Kino Cult line from the start, but yeah, that would get people who don't already collect Kino or know about it for sure to start diving in.
Yeah, that would be a massive title to come out, and I really hope that somebody again. I just hope that announcement comes to fruition. Severn, I don't remember if it was no physical media at all. I think it was no physical. It may have been just nothing past VHS. But yeah, Little Darlings has been gone for a long time.
By the way, just circling real quick back to our discussion of stuff stuck in streaming, both Video Store and Caveman brought up a good point. Coda won Best Picture for crying out loud, and still no.
That's true.
Physical media release for that. It's just nuts how these things are just stuck in this streaming realm.
I see, and I didn't know anything, but I really want to highlight Jake's comment here.
Oh,
he knows something of some individuals who are working on said release and thinks I may be onto something.
I am OG.
Oh man. Oh geez, that's exciting, Jake. All right. Speaking of exciting, we got a couple other things, and then we're done with the announcements. First off,
when you go through the next couple, I gotta go pee. But
this is the last of it.
But I have to pee so bad. What do you want me to wait till it's done and then go pee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes. Culture Shock Releasing has announced that they are a partner label of Graveface Distribution. Ryan Graveface is the owner of TerrorVision. So now Culture Shock Releasing is a partner label of TerrorVision, basically. And they seem to be taking what was done for some of these other labels like Vinegar Syndrome with OCN, like Kino Lorber and some of their partner labels, and running with this. So Graveface Distribution has not really been a thing, even though Graveface has kind of always been behind all of it. So they announced, and not just Culture Shock, there's a lot of stuff in this press release. They are stoked to announce that after 8 years of not having a website, you can go to www.graveface.com and it's live. And they are, let's see, they've been able to release all kinds of stuff. And then why is this of interest to you? Because Graveface, who has distributed the TerraVision product since I started TerraVision in 2014, is now distributing other labels. So you'll be able to find in-house imprints TerraVision, Never Not Goth, Graveface Museum and Apparel. We make in-house at Graveface Apparel. And then other releases from like-minded companies we're now distributing through Graveface. Some of those are the Black Lagoon Room, super cool tiki horror adjacent stuff, Already Dead tapes and records, amazingly well-curated tape label, Scare Flare Records, rad as fuck original soundtracks, Mystic Vault, great genre original soundtracks, and the incredible releasing company Culture Shock Releasing. So we've got some titles being announced from Culture Shock, and this first one you can go pre-order on the TerraVision site now. It is Night of the Bastard, and I promise on the slipcover this black bar is not here. It is uncensored. Night of the Bastard is from 2022, and this looks pretty decent. Disgruntled hermit Reed lives a solitary life in the desert. After chasing away a group of youths trying to party near his home, his peaceful life is violently upheaved when a group of demonic cultists lay siege to his house. Forced to partner up with one of the partygoers, Reed and his newfound colleague must defend themselves into the night, all while long-buried and disturbing secrets are revealed to him as part of the cult's evil master plan. This has all kinds of special features on this. There's a booklet, short films, trailers, audio commentary, all kinds of stuff. Again, you can pre-order that now. Culture Shock doing some great stuff. This cover art looks pretty fun.
Yeah.
This is very interesting. But then they also came out and announced some other titles coming all before the end of the year. We've got Lone Wolf from 1988, The Refrigerator from 1991, and then they announced that their Late Night Classics line will continue with Volume 2, including Assault of the Party Nerds and Assault of the Party Nerds 2. And the big thing is if you are a member of any of the TerraVision clubs, so if you're a subscriber to TerraVision, you can get all of the Graveface distributed items at wholesale prices via the club wholesale portal.
Which is a miraculous thing.
This is huge. Like, this is the, if you're a Vinegar Syndrome subscriber, you get a discount on all the other partner labels. You get that now for Culture Shock Releasing. And who knows, if this goes well for TerraVision, they might have 5 or 6 partner labels soon. And I know that one of the big things that have been not incentivized for people is foreigners that are not from the US buying from TerraVision. The shipping is cost prohibitive a lot of the times. But if you're able to get stuff from Culture Shock and TerraVision and 3 unknown other partner labels, that might be a lot more appealing to you to start subscribing and ordering more from. So that's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And I'm sure that other labels will be following suit. I expect them to, like you said, have 3, 4 more partner labels before you know it.
We'll see. Hey, why don't you go to the bathroom? And I'm going to talk about Sirens from Oscilloscope. And then I'm going to talk about yeah. And then I'll talk about what's coming next week, too.
Okay.
So Sirens is coming the fall of 2023 from Oscilloscope. This is the last announcement for this week, by the way. Sirens intimately chronicles the lives and music of Slave to Sirens, a band made up of 5 young metalheads whose burgeoning fame is set against the backdrop of the Lebanese Revolution. Its members wrestle with friendship, sexuality, and destruction as their music serves as refuge to Beirut's youth culture. This sounds pretty damn cool and right up my alley. This has an audio commentary on it, some deleted scenes, a trailer. This, again, I hope that I still have a subscription when this releases, because I definitely want this one. Looks like a fun release. Has anybody seen this one? I would be very curious if somebody had seen it. I'm not sure. This came out, let's see, from 2022. So I'm sure somebody has seen it. Let's take a look at what is coming out next week. Wrong tab. Next week, we have Weird Science 4K from Arrow. Hackers 4K from Shout Select. The Legends of Zorro 4K. Elizabeth 4K from Sony. But the other one that I failed to mention on this top line, the Nightmare Before Christmas 4K. I really wanted to highlight this because from what I'm hearing, the 4K scan of this is supposed to be incredible. This is another thing that makes me excited for what Disney and Fox could potentially do. If it's actually a great restoration, I hope that they've started to change the way that they're focusing on some of these. So this is cool. Coma coming from Scream Factory, Promising Young Woman 4K, American Pop coming out next week, Night of the Hunted 4K, Pretty Baby from Kino, Hardcore from Kino, The Rape of the Vampire 4K from Indicator, Moment of Romance. I'm excited about this one from Radiance. Reminder to the Steelbook collectors that Hackers is getting a Best Buy exclusive 4K that they are oddly not really doing their Steelbooks right recently. I'm still not sure what they're doing because Hackers never got an announcement from Scream Factory as coming in a Steelbook. They announced the standard, but then it just quietly went up on Best Buy. So you got to really be paying attention to that. Let's see. Jason says, I miss Sirens, was planning on seeing it as it was on the same festival run as my short film. Just couldn't squeeze it in. Damn. I hope it's good. I've really wanted to see it for sure. Let's see. Other ones. We got the Unman Wittering and Zigo from Arrow. This is supposed to be great. I think I've got that one coming. Bo Vitaberg's new Swedish cinema coming from Criterion. This is the Disney 100 Steelbook for Nightmare Before Christmas. That doesn't look great. The Blackening, I'm dying to see that. Still haven't been able to see that. Metalocalypse, Army of the, what is it called? Army of the Doomstar, I believe. So this one has some problems. It is missing some of the stuff that was printed on the slip that were supposed to be on the discs, and they're doing some sort of replacement about this. The listings have been pulled for this. I would hold out on that if you are interested in that one. Let's see. Talk about Jeremy longest piss ever. Don't forget, he's at his office. I believe he has to walk a long way to the bathroom. Terry scared me there with that introduction to Nightmare Before Christmas. By the way, can one select their first film on the Circle of Trust subscription? Feel like you have said before, but I forgot. If they're still doing it the same way, which I think they are, Oscilloscope is actually really great about you being able to choose not only your first film, but like if they announce something and you're not super into it, as long as they haven't shipped yet, I believe you can hold off on something, which is kind of unprecedented. That goes against the whole I like the motivations for a label to do a subscription. Normally it's to get you to jump into that and really sort of invest in everything they have coming. So that's really cool that they do that. They didn't have to. You Hurt My Feelings. That one is coming from I believe A24. 3 to 2 Won't Go. That's a Kino release, I think. Spirit Halloween. If you're really wanting that on physical, that comes out next week. Clara Sola from Oscilloscope, and then the Blu-ray editions of those Roland titles. Kind of a lot coming next week. And again, reminder, we're going into fall, so there's pretty much every week going to be many releases coming out. So pay attention, get the ones that you want. Don't feel like you have to get everything, because you absolutely do not have to get everything. But the other big thing, and I wrote this in the zine, not to scare everybody, but it's August, which means in about a month, it's the next flash pre-order for the Vinegar Syndrome Black Friday sale already.
Just when you think you're coming up for air.
Well, you're a subscriber, so you don't have much to worry about. One thing you do have to worry about, though, the last time you were on the show was May, right?
Yeah.
And around that time, you had a friend came on to talk to you, and I heard that we might have another guest for you.
Oh, boy, I'm out. I should have stayed in the bathroom.
Hi, Disconnected. It's late night. It's time to see the Toxic Avenger. Have you pre-ordered your TA 4K box set yet? I think that got pushed a bit.
You pre-ordered it, right, Jeremy?
I have not pre-ordered it, actually.
You never pulled the trigger?
I'm so back and forth on it. Yeah, I'm still
That's
back.
why I'm here tonight. Also, I saw you went to the bathroom for a very long time, which means if you got nothing to do in November, you want to put your record on the line for Black Friday. Because right now, you just went to the bathroom.
The 6-hour stream.
How do you talk bad about Shout? They have great movies like Cuffs. This is
By
a
the way,
phenomenal film.
I wasn't just in the bathroom. I also refilled my water so that I could put out the fire from the heated conversation that's about to come up.
You can say you were taking a shit. It's fine. It's also Very Bad Things, which has Carla Scott. It's a great film.
I'm
But
not denying that they don't put out great movies. It's everything else about them.
trying to see if I got anything else here. This one's censored. Do you need this?
I do need that.
Oh, okay. I don't think I can throw this in the trash. Oh, do you need this one?
I do need that.
Okay, well, it's U.S. Does it matter?
Nope.
Okay. So then I think we're talking about the Coens. So I'm assuming you mean Amber Cohen, the adult film star, and also Jeremy Cohen.
There's
who's
a
an
Jeremy
adult-
Cohen.
I'm sorry?
There's a Jeremy Cohen.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, Big Lebowski. Lady Killers is much better. Yeah, Amber Cohen was in Friends with Benefits 3, Milkmaids, and Sister Temptress.
Mila Kunis.
No.
He said Friends with Benefits 3. It's got to be a hardcore film.
But did you ever have blonde hair in your life?
I did.
Oh, well, Jeremy Cohen had blonde hair. And he was in films like Behind the Scenes with Aussie Boy Jeremy. I don't know if you were supportive of Australia at some point. I mean, a lot of people like Midnight Oil. Also, getting my hot new mate Jeremy off in the...
Okay, that's enough of that. Anyways, the Masked Man wanted to come back.
Rails.
Yeah, Masked Man wanted to come back and make an appearance for you, Jeremy, just because he loves you. So now it's time to not talk about the adult film Coens, but we're going to talk about the Coen Brothers.
Is Masked Man 100 years old?
Coen Brothers. First, let's dive into our background with the Coen Brothers. Where did they come from for you? What was the first one you saw? Why are they so important?
In a large non-hyperbolic way, I think they were my introduction into like not necessarily independent filmmaking. I mean, I think some of their earlier films are more on the indie side, then they got certainly much more grander scale as they went along, but into less mainstream movies. When I was younger, that's pretty much all I watched was kind of the mainstream releases and things like that. And as did my father, who was the one who actually introduced me to the Coen Brothers. And when he stumbled upon the Coen Brothers and kind of fell in love with them, then at a certain age, he introduced me to the Coen Brothers. And so it remains the Coens, however up and down I personally feel about their filmography, remain extremely special to me because not only is it largely an introduction to a wider range of cinema for me than what I was watching at that time, or even the trajectory I was at had I not been introduced to the Coen Brothers. But it's also a father-son bonding type of thing for me because it was introduced to me by my dad, and it's a love that we share of their films that we still talk about to this day.
Interesting. I've been trying to rack my brain this whole entire week of what was the first one that I saw, and I was trying to think.
Fargo is the first one I saw for sure.
I was trying to think around the age when I was, and honestly, I think Fargo was my first one. It was somewhere in those three. It was Fargo, Big Lebowski, or Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Because I was going into film and really, really enjoying it right around that time. So it was.
Fargo remains my dad's favorite movie to this day, and that was the first one he showed me, and then that was what introduced me to the Coens.
Yeah. It was. Gosh, I think Fargo was 96. Yeah. So I think I was a little young for Fargo. It might have been.
Well, I mean, I was obviously not old enough to watch it when it first came out, but that was the first one my dad showed me, like I said.
So my big thing, we talked earlier about drama Coens versus comedy Coens, and the thing is, they're freaking incredible at both. They are genuinely great, and one of the things that we have to really highlight is that they're incredible writers first. That's where all of this comes from. They have some of the most clever dialogue in their films. They have some of the best setups. They have genuinely some of the tightest scripts.
It's outstanding. And, I've been talking about tight scripts. They're notoriously some of the writers that are, again, notorious for making sure we stick to the script, where tons of other directors, whether mainstream, indie, or whatever, will allow improvising or even encourage it.
Yeah.
The Coens are just like, this is the script and we're sticking to it, because they know what the hell they're doing, and because they have such tight scripts and such amazing dialogue.
That thing specifically is what makes it so odd to me that they edited the Criterion release of Miller's Crossing. I'm still so baffled that they made that choice to take out a minute of their film when they're notoriously known for, like, our set is our set and you don't do anything else.
All I can think is that, I mean, how many years have passed since that now? Miller's Crossing was 1990. So we're into 30 plus years. I mean, after that long, maybe there is something that they finally saw where they're like, maybe that didn't need to be included. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is behind that.
So we found out what we first watched from them, but the big thing is this all started because of this Big Lebowski slander. And one of the things that we wanted to...
Actually, I'm pretty sure you talked about doing this show before that.
Yes, but this solidified. Like, it has to be soon. Like, this is the cage match. This is what we've been leading up to. And I really want to point out, I love the Coen Brothers. All of your insults in the Discord, which I know are playful, I do not hate the Big Lebowski. I think that for almost any other director, which great shirt. I think almost any other...
my shirts to the show every time I'm on here.
Almost any other modern director, it would have been their best film. But this filmography is too special.
Mm-hmm. It's an amazing filmography for sure. And listen, I'm going to admit for the first time between you and me, live on air, that I certainly feel like we'll get to that in a second, flickering waves, Terry. I think I haven't admitted it yet because I like poking fun at you in the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
But I admit that, wow, I still love Big Lebowski, and I'm obsessed with it. It's in my top 10 films of all time. Part of my love for that is certainly a nostalgia based as well, in terms of how high it ranks in my personal Coen's list.
Interesting.
I will admit.
The truth comes out.
Perhaps if there wasn't the nostalgia factor there, I would lean more in your direction, perhaps. Probably still not quite as much in your direction, because you don't even have it in your top 5.
Well, and that's what I was going to respond to this with, is I got to be honest, Big Lebowski isn't even my favorite comedy from them.
Ooh, which is
don't
Raising Arizona?
Yeah, and we're going to get into our top 5s, but yeah, I think Raising Arizona is a much better movie. I have that at 6 on my long list of Coen stuff.
That crushes. I mean, I love Raising Arizona. There's very few movies from them that I don't. In fact, off the top of my head, there's only one movie from them that I don't like. Even the ones that, and it deserves another watch, but even the ones that a lot of people like hail as bad or their worst or whatever, I still like. So it's needless to say, I love Raising Arizona, but to rank it above Big Lebowski.
Well, the core of the discussion is this top 5. Do you want to do our top 5s, and then we'll go into like rankings of everything else, and how we feel about everything before we finish this?
Sure. Yeah. Well, if you think that's the best way.
Possibly. Let's see how it goes. You're the guest, so let's hear your number 5 first.
Number 5. My number 5 is, I'm gonna go, and this is honestly just barely number 5 because I think my number 6 I actually like more, if I'm being completely frank. But I have to put this as number 5 because it is their first film and it's what got them started, and that deserves a boost in the film for sure. I believe so. I'm gonna say Blood Simple is my number 5.
Anything about Blood Simple you want to call out?
No, not particularly. I mean, I love Blood Simple. I really like Blood Simple, but I think what I've said about, I mean, yeah, I enjoy the movie. It's in my top 5 because it's their first film, which is noteworthy.
That's true. That's very true.
But
I will.
my honorable mention is The Man Who Wasn't There, which I absolutely love, and I think that would actually be number 5 if I wasn't like throwing so much weight onto the fact that Blood Simple is their first film.
Right. Video Store says, for such modern auteurs, the Coen still remains somewhat underrepresented by boutiques. 3 of their films in the Criterion collection, I will say 1 on Kino Lorber, 1 on Warner Archive. Is it only 1 on Warner Archive? I think so.
It is shocking to me that Criterion hasn't put out more of their stuff, though, to be honest.
Since we are, I guess you're doing honorable mentions. I said Raising Arizona was my 6. Big Lebowski would be my 7. So they're right.
Arizona is your 6? I thought we were starting with 5.
No, but you mentioned an honorable mention, so I'm bringing mine as well. So now
Raising Arizona would be your 5.
No, Big Lebowski is 7. Raising Arizona is 6. Now I'm going to give you my number 5.
Oh, should I give a 7 then? I only gave 1 honorable mention.
We already talked about Raising Arizona, and I wanted to highlight Big Lebowski, so that's
gotcha.
the only reason I said that. My number 5.
I want to ask why Wave said, Jeremy, it's not your number 5. Come on.
Because you said it's not your favorite. Or you said, personally, I like the other one better. So
Okay.
it sounds like something else would have been your number.
The Man Who Wasn't There. We'll just say The Man Who Wasn't There is my number 5 then. That's fine.
My number 5 is going to cause some blood drawn already. My number 5 is Barton Fink. You're I think corner of your mouth curled a little bit.
I almost want to leave the studio to really fuel this bit, but I won't. Come back.
So I love Barton Fink. I think that it is genuinely a masterpiece. And there's like 19 people out there playing
you just rewatched it recently. You sent me a picture of you watching it.
Yeah.
So
this is
a fresh perspective.
It was the one that I rewatched to make sure that we did this right.
We can't chalk this up to, you haven't seen it in a long time. This is a fresh perspective pick from you.
Yes, it is. I think that it is acted superbly. I think it is surreal in the best ways. And I think that John Turturro deserves everything he's ever received in his life because of this film. Goodman's amazing. It's a good story. I just don't have the personal connection to being a writer like you do. So for me, it falls a little short in my liking.
Well, I guess I'll give you the credit that it's in your top 5 at all, because I don't think it's on a lot of people's top 5.
No, it's not. Okay. But I think the acting alone elevates this movie beyond so many other films.
Yeah. So I'll give you that credit. Barton Fink won 3 awards at Cannes, causing an outrage.
And it said they led the festival to change the rules so no one could win more than 2 awards. Interesting. Didn't know that.
Look what Stan said to you.
Barton Fink deserves better. I'm sorry. I know I'm not a writer like you, Stan. What's your number 4?
Okay. Moving right along. For me, number 4 is Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Good call.
You should go ahead.
Usually we talk about the films. You don't want to say anything?
It's so well. First of all, you know how terrible I am at like defending my picks. Like I have my picks, but we all. Oh yeah, rest in peace, Michael Lerner. That was We all know we all saw what happened in defense of the genre episode 1 between me and Will in terms of how well I defend my picks, even though I stand by them. It's particularly difficult, I feel, for the Coen Brothers because a lot of the things I'm going to say about it is like applicable for all their movies. Like, what a cast in Oh Brother, and those three work so well off of each other that it's just amazing. And then that coupled with the Coens' amazing writing that we also just already discussed, that is pretty across the board on all their films, just about. It's almost anything I could say about Oh Brother can be said about just about any of their movies. It's just like this one did it slightly better, and that's why it's my number 4. It's just really hard. It's almost hard to describe why I like them because they're all so good, and it's just like, oh, this one was like a little bit better.
I will admit now, this is not on my top 5, so I will say a couple things about this one specifically.
Right.
This one, I think, is clearly their most stylized films. It's easily the one that looks unique compared to everything else that they've done. It's the color grading is a big thing in this film. The way that they took the period piece and dove in it. Honestly, you could almost like compare the sort of stylization to like a Wes Anderson type film, how they were all in on making this look a very specific, quirky way. But the big thing, you can't talk about this without mentioning the soundtrack. This is the Coen Brothers have a knack for having incredible soundtracks.
Yeah.
Cannot argue with that. But the soundtrack for this film, a lot of people that weren't paying attention to films around then, this was like a sensation. This was easily the top selling soundtrack for years. This had one of the it had the soundtrack that people knew from the film, and it was from a Coen Brothers film. They knew I'm a Man of Constant Sorrow was from that brand new movie. It's crazy. Love this movie so much.
I couldn't agree more. That's a good point. I should have, that is a standout in this film in particular, despite it not being in your top 5. I will also, first of all, I was going to highlight Stan's comment too, because that's exactly what I was just trying to explain, kind of.
It's very difficult. Yeah.
It's very difficult. I will say, in terms of Oh Brother, and this did not necessarily affect my ranking of it, but just to kind of add to, or throw in a story to my number 4 ranking. My cousin, Fletcher, who not only probably has not seen any other Coen Brothers films. Did you see you saw my post?
Yep.
I thought that was humorous. My cousin Fletcher, who not only has probably not seen any other Coen Brothers films, if I were to guess, but also is barely a movie watcher at all. Like, to get him to watch anything is like pulling teeth with me.
Right.
When I am home for the holidays or whatever. He loves this movie. Like, this is one of his favorite movies of all time, and it can't compare it to a lot because he doesn't watch a lot. But he loves Oh Brother, Where Art Thou. So that's the kind of mass appeal this movie has, is that it can rake in non-Coen lovers, even film lovers, really in general,
right,
and like really enjoying this film.
And one of the reasons, Joe Jack says it in one of the comments here, I'm from the South, and Oh Brother nails the Southern sense of humor perfectly. So yeah, that it is a way that people can gravitate towards something that feels personal and relevant to them. Chris here with the slander of the personal attacks of me not
Fake
liking
news.
Oh Brother or Big Lebowski. It is 100% fake news. This is ridiculous.
Fake news.
My number 4, I don't think is going to be on Jeremy's top 5. So I am going to be bringing all of the love to Inside Llewyn Davis now.
Yeah, you did. You already did that in the Discord, but go ahead.
Yeah, this movie, and I think this might be more of your Barton Fink and my Inside Llewyn Davis, because I've been so attached to the music industry that watching somebody struggle like this, I've seen friends work their ass off for years. I've seen people that had some of the most amazing musical talent be turned down by countless people that, they had some of the best, actually best sounding tracks that I've heard from them just get scoffed at by certain people in a small bar show or something like that. So this movie, I really can't talk about this movie without highlighting how great the soundtrack actually is. And it's not like Coen Brothers great. The music made for this movie is fucking perfect.
Yeah.
The actual, like, the recording studio, I don't remember the name of the title right now, but the hilarious vocals that they do on one of these songs is amazing. I mean, you got Justin Timberlake being incredible at everything he touches in this. Oscar Isaac putting in an incredible performance. The like it's really easy to say the cold scenery in this because of how they film this, but it's not just about the setting. It's about how everybody is turning their back on Oscar Isaac throughout this. It is such an actually cold film to so many people. I love this movie, and I really think more people need to see this. Thank you, Stan. Yes, please, Mr. Spaceman. Masterpiece of a track. That song is incredible. Adam Driver, what is he doing in that movie? It's so perfect. But I love his performance. It is like the perfect weird sidekick to Oscar Isaac that you could not possibly have written. This movie is stupendous. If you have not seen this somehow yet, this is so much better than the reviews made it out to be at the time. This is top tier Coen Brothers, and I think over time it will be more and more appreciated.
Yeah, I need to. I don't know if this would necessarily bump it up for me, but I do need to give it a rewatch. It's been. I actually don't think I watched it since it first came out, to be honest.
Wow.
So it definitely deserves a rewatch from me. But I do remember the soundtrack being absolutely bonkers, nuts, amazing. So,
yeah.
Of course, I agree with you on that.
What do you got for number 3?
My number 3 is, surprise, surprise, my introduction to the Coen Brothers, Fargo. Which, if my number 1 and number 2 weren't so amazing to me, would be my number 1 because it is my introduction to the Fargos and because it's my dad's favorite movie of all time, and there's a special bond there, including the nostalgia factor I mentioned earlier. But unfortunately, 1 and 2 beat it out. But Fargo is certainly one of their most amazing films. Probably, it's hard to say. I don't know. It's one of their most popular. Of course, No Country for Old Men is probably easily their most popular film, I guess I would say. But I think Fargo is, I think people who haven't heard of the Coen Brothers still know Fargo. I think it's easily one of their most popular films.
And maybe a better way to say that, it's one of the most mainstream films.
Yeah.
That is sure.
But yeah, there's it was also, I'm pretty sure, not only was it my introduction to the Coens, but I'm pretty sure, I'm like 95% sure it was my introduction to the great Steve Buscemi, who absolutely kills it. And obviously he's a frequent Coen Brothers collaborator. In probably at least 75% of their films. But man, do I love that man, and he is flawless in Fargo. And it's one of their only shows to get one of their only movies, if not their only movie, to get a TV show spinoff or streaming show spinoff.
That was a very specific lead-in. Yes, I believe that is the only show. I mean, there's a streaming movie. I guess you can count that.
Yeah, and the show is great. I like the show. The Coen Brothers, they had something to do with it. At least I think they produced it in some way.
At least the first season, I believe.
Yeah. Frances McDormand's great in it. Were they married by then? Do we know what year they got married, her and Joel?
I think they were married by Fargo. I don't think they were married for Blood Simple.
Yeah. Okay. What a power couple. But yeah, Fargo is, I don't know. It's just all the things we've already said. It's
K-Man says Inside Llewyn Davis is free on YouTube. Just FYI to everybody.
That's kind of interesting, actually, of all the films to be free on YouTube.
So number 3 for you is Fargo. Number 3 for me, I am. Well, I'll just say we kind of already talked about it. My number 3 is Blood Simple. I really like this, and I'm going to steal the word from the title on purpose to be kind of corny here. This feels like a very simple movie as you're watching this, and when you break down what they did with this movie is so much more complex than it had any right to be for what year it was made. People don't realize this came out 39 years ago. This is like their breakout film. This is 1984, smaller budget than they're going to be prepared to use over the coming years. Frances McDormand is a nobody, basically. And as we see the acting throughout Blood Simple, the complex storyline that we get by the end of this, like the finale alone is enough to get it here for me. I really enjoy that final scene, the tension that they bring through. It really highlights what they're going to do later in stuff like No Country and even The Man Who Wasn't There. There's some things in this that really, it highlights some of those same exact shots that they're leading into it. It's basically them practicing, but they nailed some of them so many times in this first film. It is shocking that they got it so right. Other performers, go ahead.
Man Who Wasn't There, because I think that is, since Blood Simple, I think, or post Blood Simple, I should say, that is their most understated film.
Oh, 100%.
Comparatively to Blood Simple. So it's interesting that you compared those two. I would agree 100%.
Yeah, those are the two that I've always kind of stuck together in my mind, which is hilarious because The Man Who Wasn't There, much lower on a ranking for there. That's like number 10 or 11 for me. It's much lower. But Video Store said I wasn't even born in '84. I mean, neither were me or Jeremy. So yeah, this one
goes back to back on my list. Man Who Wasn't There and Blood Simple.
Yeah, this again, the tension they create in that final climactic standoff is so crazy. Like Frances McDormand fighting for her life, and M. Emmett Walsh in this movie is stupid good. Like he should not be as good as he is in this. He's magnetic when he's on every single scene. Every time that you see him, you're like, I hate this guy, but it makes perfect sense what he is doing. This is easily one of the best directorial debuts of all time, in my opinion. Hands down.
Yeah, despite it only being 5 or 6 on my list, I would agree with that. I would agree with that statement for sure. Yeah. It's an absolute standout directorial debut, and it's what put them on the map to go on and create, this amazing filmography.
Stefano says Time or Newsweek did a cover story on the Coen Brothers when Blood Simple came out. That's pretty freaking rad.
That just goes to show the impact of it.
Yeah. Craig says 1984, so long ago. Stop making us old timers feel our age. Oh, I love that. All right. You want to go up to your number 2, my friend?
All right. Number 2. I'm sure no one's surprised. The Lady Killers. It's
Good try. Good try.
My number 2 is Big Lebowski. The one that Ryan hates. This is a type of movie that the reason that is in my number 2 slot, besides the nostalgia factor and the fact that it's just one, whether you like it or not, or wherever it ranks on your list, it's classic Coen Brothers. It's amazing dialogue, snappy comedy, dark comedy elements, outstanding performances from a bunch of what either were then or will soon to be Coen Brothers regulars in their list of regulars. And but it's just, for me, 2 things I'll say about this one is that besides the nostalgia factor, it's so more than any of their other scripts, maybe not more than, I don't know, it's hard to say, but it has so many quotable lines to me that I could almost recite the whole movie, but there's just so many little nuggets throughout this film that live rent-free in my brain since the first time I've watched it. And of course, watch it over and over again throughout the years. But also, it's really like, and people have, this is not necessarily a hot take, I'd say, because I've seen many people say this in reviews and things like that over the years. But it's really amazing to me how they constructed such a good movie off of barely nothing. Like, people, it's a very common review of, there is a plot, of course, but it's really just almost like a day in the life of the dude for the most part.
Yeah.
And nothing is really happening, even though stuff is happening. And it's just really, one of my biggest things that I love in films, whether it's, my own writing or films that I watch, is characters. That's the thing that I focus so heavily on my own scripts is, characters and the dialogue. And I love character-driven TV shows and movies. And that's this movie in a nutshell, because if it wasn't for these absolutely insane, very unique characters that they created, and then I can't see anybody else playing these characters. And obviously,
Right.
You could say that about a lot of other movies, and it's now however many years old, and I rewatched it over and over again. But these people, specifically Jeff Bridges, John Goodman, and Steve Buscemi as the core three, who put these such unique spins on these already unique characters, is what makes this such a standout for me personally.
All right, so here's where I get you really pissed. So I said that it wasn't in my top 5, and it's true. It's not going to be in my top 5. It's like I said, it's number 7 at the moment. But one of the things that really kind of grinds my gears about this movie, this is the Coen Brothers film that gets all of the attention. I think this is by far 100% easily their most overrated film. And I'm not even saying that really isn't
why you don't like it, because it's overrated.
No.
Or does that-
It's just I prefer their dramas more than their comedies.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that, by the way. It is certainly, I kind of just said the same thing about Fargo, but I probably actually should have reserved that comment for Big Lebowski. It's kind of like the movie that, if people haven't heard of the Coen Brothers, they know the Big Lebowski.
Yeah, this is the one that people like. They feel cool because they like this movie, and it's great. One thing that I will completely agree with you, I think that this has maybe the best dialogue in any Coen Brothers film, primarily because it is so freaking quick. They go back with like some of the jokes in this are so quick that you are trying to catch up with one, and there's already been 3 other jokes.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I think that it's well done. The thing to me, I think that Raising Arizona is actually much funnier than this. So there's not as many jokes, but the entire film itself, I laugh way more at Raising Arizona than I do at this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that some of the writing in this is fantastic, and I think it's a great movie still. Again, I love this movie. I'm not saying it's bad. I think that it would be the best movie in many other directors' filmographies, but it is definitely overrated. This is one that this is not like this should not be something that film Twitter or people that are going to film school put posters on their wall for this film. I think that there's a lot of other Coen Brothers things that are more worshipable.
I don't know if I can agree with the term overrated due to how much I love the film, but I can agree with the fact that it is definitely a bandwagon type of film, and the fact that what you said earlier about people feeling cool that they know it, or they haven't even dived in. It's kind of like the same thing can be said about music. There's people do that with bands a lot.
Right.
There'll be a band that has like 5 albums out, and then suddenly their 6th album is like a big success, and everybody says, "Oh, I like so and so." And it's like, yeah, well, you liked it because all of a sudden they're mainstream, and you haven't heard any of their earlier stuff. So that Big Lebowski does kind of have that same feel with some film school posers, if you want to phrase it that way. I don't know if I'd use the term overrated, but I hear what you're saying, and I do agree with you for the most part.
So again, I like it a lot. I think the dialogue is remarkable in this. Nothing wrong with it. I think that this might be one of my couple favorite John Goodman performances, and he's literally one of my favorite actors of all time. He is incredible. So yeah, this is fantastic. My number 2, though. My number 2 is going to be wildly different because it's one that you already talked about, and I didn't go into too much detail. I'm going to talk about Fargo. Fargo is a like just a step below a perfect film.
Number 2?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just say that's so far that's the only one that we have overlapping in our top 5. But go ahead.
Fargo is like as close to a perfect film for me as it could be. I think that it's great. I think that it's incredibly acted. I think that I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the most understated part of Fargo that I love is Peter Stormare. He is so great in this movie. Go on to play
him and Steve Buscemi together is like the perfect team.
Yeah, completely love this movie. I think that Stormare really takes this into a weird direction, and I can't remember who it was, but somebody a couple minutes ago when you were talking about Fargo said people say that Fargo is a black comedy. It's clearly not. It's nowhere near that. It's basically just like a neo-noir farce comedy, just like some of the other stuff that they've done. It's hardly a black comedy at all. It's just wacky situations done in a serious manner, and it's so well made.
Wisconsin accents.
Yeah, and it's great. William H. Macy, not somebody that got a shout out earlier for this. He's an incredible everyday man in this movie. I think that the wood chipper scene is one of the absolute standout pieces from their entire filmography. Just shocking. Obviously it's a very easy Chekhov's gun situation where we saw it was on screen a moment before and okay, it has to be used now. Great. But you didn't expect it to be done like that. And man, does that come out of nowhere. This just takes like the bumbling Frances McDormand to this new height of wonderfulness. And I love this movie.
Peter Stormare in general is, I feel like, a really underrated actor.
He is, and he was
here and there. People don't know him by name. They're like, "Oh, that guy," and he's just so good in almost everything he does, especially this film.
I am some people in the comments are probably going to hate this. I am an actual defender of the show Prison Break, and he was incredible on that show. He played this mob boss he was only in the first season and then half of the second season, and he is incredible on that show. He's like one of the actual gravitas bringing situations in that. He's amazing.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Here we are. We know what your number one is.
We already know. I'm very excited to see what your number one is. But my number one is Barton Fink, which we've already talked about. I do have the being a writer attachment to it that Ryan mentioned earlier that he is lacking for maybe perhaps his enjoyment of the film. But those two performances, I mean, I think you were mentioning John Goodman earlier, who's one of my favorite actors as well. He's at an all-time best in this film, and it's one of his earliest. And same thing with John Turturro, who I think maybe this film put him on the map. Not that he didn't do things before.
It got him his Oscar, I believe.
Yeah. But yeah, the two of them are just unbelievable in this.
Weird thing I forgot to say when I talked about this, I don't think there's ever been a better smiler in a movie than John Goodman in this. His smiles in Barton Fink are legendary, and that's a weird compliment to give.
It's scary. It's intimidating, his smile.
Just is.
It's you should have heard me. You should have heard how many times I texted Ryan, why isn't Barton Fink part of this Kino sale?
Yeah, so many times.
But
Turturro didn't win an Oscar for this? I could have swore he did. Or was he nominated?
He certainly should have been. I can't quite remember off the top of my head, to be honest. Joe Jacket is not a comedy, but it's very, very good. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, and certainly my favorite Coen Brothers film.
Well, and you say not a comedy, but just like any of the other Coen Brothers films, it's not a comedy, but it's funny as hell in many of the scenes.
Yeah, it's not intentionally a comedy like Raising Arizona or things like that, but or Burn After Reading, for example. But it's certainly one where there's, again, like Ryan said, almost all their films where some comical elements slip through naturally.
Was Turturro not even nominated?
That's a
what
disgrace.
the hell? If I'm seeing this right, I'm seeing he wasn't even nominated. It looks like Michael Lerner was nominated for supporting role.
Michael Lerner. I mean, I love Michael Lerner, but he was nominated for supporting over John Turturro's performance. That blows my mind.
Best art direction and set decoration and best costume design. Huh. Interesting.
I mean, I love John Turturro. I think he's
very odd. Yeah, he's got a great role in To Live and Die in L.A.
Yeah.
Sibner says, I think Barton Fink is going out of print with Kino, right? Yes, it is in the Wild Supplies last sale. I'm not sure if it's in the sale, but they had mentioned it's going out of print. Do I think Barton Fink will get reissued with a slipcover? No. I think it will likely be going to Criterion eventually.
I would love to. I didn't get it in time to get the Kino slipcover.
I don't. It never had a slipcover, I don't believe.
It didn't? I could have. Oh, okay.
No, it's an older thing before they started doing slipcovers.
Oh, okay. He is good in Severance. Severance is an amazing show. That's a great cast as well, actually. Come to think of it.
I need to see Severance. I've not seen it.
Turturro. All right, moment of truth. I'm dying to know because so far we only have one overlapping, and I think that is our only overlap.
Well, you know what my number one is now, right?
Oh,
I think we've talked about this before.
No Country?
My number one is No Country. I think this is legitimately a perfect film. There's so much about this that has hit me so close to home for why I love filmmaking. I think that this is one of the best villains of all time. Javier Bardem takes a performance that is so sinister that you're not prepared for what he does in this movie. Not only do we have an incredible weapon, obviously, but some of the scenes that are just subtly like disgusting in a inhumane way. The biggest example for me is how they have the pull-up shot in the police station at the beginning, and you see the scuff marks from the strangled cop in this giant circle around Javier Bardem just staring at the ceiling. It is so sinister and bleak and empty at the soul of that scene that I got immediate chills. And this is not a horror movie at all, but there are so many scenes in this that are terrifying. We've already gotten at least one comment about the convenience store scene. It is literally a perfectly acted scene. But at the end of it, because of what they're doing, it is so freaking terrifying because you know that if this guy had, flipped the coin and it had gone the other way, he wouldn't have hesitated. And because of that, because of what you know about him and that wrapper unfolding and the tension that's building as it just slightly unfolds, you are fucked if it doesn't go your way. And not only that, the fact that this movie has zero soundtrack, which if you pay attention to any of the Coen Brothers films, this is like the most shocking part of this entire film because they have some of the best taste in soundtracks ever for any directors. And there's not a single tone of music to go with any of this. And it murders me because it is so tense because of that. Josh Brolin deserves massive shout out. Tommy Lee Jones is amazing in this. The hotel standoff scene is still one of my favorite action scenes of any film. And I know people are going to think that's weird, but I think that the actual tension created by, the actual tracking that they're doing, the looking of the lights under the door, which was first done in Barton Fink, by the way. They did that a couple times. Love that they did that properly. Yeah. It is so scary as they're doing that in the hotel and then leading down the street. And then that leads to the shooting as they're in the truck. It is so perfectly done. I don't think there's anything about this film that I would ever change. The ending just being so abrupt makes it just that much more unsettling. And I love everything about this movie. I don't think there's any movie from theirs that I would be able to say it is a better film than No Country for Old Men and feel good about myself.
I agree with almost just most of what you're saying for sure. Even though I have films that rank higher personally for me, it's an amazing film. It won them the Oscar, rightfully so, and all those performances are amazing. And something that I want to shout out is that, you know, undoubtedly the Coen Brothers made it their own in a lot of ways, for sure, as they do with everything.
Yeah.
But special shout out to original novel writer Cormac McCarthy, who sadly passed away earlier this year.
Very recently, yeah.
But yeah, I agree with him.
So is my top 5 off-putting? I know that you know are turned off by the Big Lebowski aspect and Barton Fink, but
Well, more than anything, I'm sad about how low Barton Fink is because it's my favorite. But I understand why, and am impressed that it's in your top 5 at all. And I feel like maybe that's just for me.
it's definitely not. On rewatch, Goodman alone carried that movie for me.
So what yours was? No Country for Old Men, Fargo, Blood Simple, right?
Yep. Then Inside Llewyn Davis, then
yeah.
Barton Fink.
So Fargo is the only one that crosses over for us. So obviously that we're down to 4. Barton Fink on there at all. Again, impressive. Makes me happy.
Well, Barton Fink crosses over too.
Oh yeah. So we have yeah. You know, No Country for Old Men, you know, is certainly, you know, it's their highest ranking IMDb ranking and won them the Oscar. So it's and it is a perfect movie. But you could almost say that about other films in their category too. You know what I mean? That's the thing that Stan mentioned earlier about how hard it is to rank the Coen Brothers. But I agree with that being on there. Inside Llewyn Davis, I love again, but I do admit that I need a rewatch. I do agree with Hudsucker Proxy deserving more love, actually. I need to rewatch Inside Llewyn Davis because it's been so long for me. And Blood Simple is their first film and is an undeniable, stunning directorial debut, as you mentioned. So I don't think your list is off-putting at all. It's fairly, I was almost going to say drastically different than mine. It's fairly different than mine. But as you mentioned, you love their dramas more than their comedies, and that shows with your list versus mine. But I can't disagree with your list, really, to be honest, because I love all those movies. You know, you didn't throw Hail Caesar in there anywhere or anything like that. So
that's one I need to see. I've not seen Hail Caesar. A lot of the reviews.
The only one I can't like.
Let's do this. Let's go through some of the ones that we did not talk about. Caveman, Dominic Purcell's Prison Break. Dominic Purcell from Prison Break was also great in John Doe. I feel like I watched the pilot for that. Loses his memory identity, but is a genius and helps solve police crimes while searching for his identity. Interesting. Let's go through some of the ones that we did not give any love to. So first, going to go in chronological order. Miller's Crossing. What do you think of Miller's Crossing?
Miller's Crossing is absolutely. Hang on a second. Well, Miller's Crossing is absolutely. I need to plug in my computer. I didn't realize it was so low on battery. Absolutely one I need to revisit because it's another one that I haven't watched in who knows how long.
Right.
I was reminded by a friend recently how good it is and how also amazing Totoro is in that one, which does make me want to rewatch it sooner rather than later. But my personal memory, I hate to say this just because it has been so long since I've seen it, and I don't think I should make any judgment call without rewatching it. But memory serves that it was not my favorite. It was more on the medium scale for me in terms of their filmography.
For Miller's Crossing, for me, there was certain aspects that I really appreciated. I think that it's one of the more, I don't know, maybe it's got like more shocking scenes than any of their other films. But the big thing is I really feel like Miller's Crossing feels like the most formulaic Coen Brothers movie, maybe, other than some of their more mainstream stuff.
That's actually a really, that's a really, that's a much better way to kind of say what I was trying to say. I think is that it does. I do recall it being perhaps their most formulaic.
So after Miller's Crossing, we talked about Barton Fink. Hudsucker Proxy. So I am a sucker for two people in this film. I adore Tim Robbins, and I think that one of the best actors of all time, other than Paul Newman, who's in this obviously, but Jennifer Jason Leigh never gets enough love, not only for this, but in anything that she does.
Yeah.
This one, I just, for some reason, it's never been my favorite Coen. I probably need to watch it again. It's been a long time.
I think, yeah, I mean, it's been a long, much like Miller's Crossing, it's been a long time since I watched that one as well. But I do agree with Stan saying, or whoever said it, I think it was Stan, saying that it deserves more love, because I do remember really liking it. I think it really is drowned out by so many other amazing Coen Brothers films. I don't think it quite reaches the levels of certainly any of the ones we discussed tonight on either of our top 5 lists. But it is really good in its own right, from what I remember, even though it's been quite some time.
After that one was Fargo, The Big Lebowski, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Got a little bit of love tonight. The Man Who Wasn't There, again, is good. It's just not.
On your list, you say?
Which one?
You said Man Who Wasn't There earlier tonight. You said that was low on your list.
Yeah, kind of, but that's only because we've got, the 7 that I've already named, and Miller's Crossing, and Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Wasn't even something that I mentioned. So that's like 8 already. So getting down to stuff like that, it's unfortunately going to be low when the rest of their stuff is so good.
For me, Man Who Wasn't There is one of their underrated gems, which is why it's like 5 or 6 on my list. It's a
definitely.
It's a standout to me. Again, I think it was Stan, but whoever just said that about Hudsucker Proxy, I double you for Man Who Wasn't There, because I think it's often overlooked in their filmography.
Completely agree, and it came at a time that I think it might have been just a little. You could probably look at it as if it was made a couple years earlier, it might have been more popular. But if it came a couple years later, it might have been more popular as well.
Yeah, it's actually it's weird you say that, because it kind of is almost that way. I think it might have been just like a weird, and it came right after the success of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, which was such a distinct, vision of a film, as we discussed earlier, in terms of the stylization of that film and the way that those 3 play off of each other so well. And to go from that to such a subdued film as The Man Who Wasn't There is such a drastic shift that I think, maybe that is part of the lack of success, or even just the sheer overlooking of The Man Who Wasn't There.
Yeah.
But in my book, that's just a testament to their amazing filmography. No film is the same in their catalog, despite having similar tropes, because it's like, oh, that's totally a Coen Brothers film.
Similar tropes and a lot of the same characters.
A lot of the same.
They easily could have been like bottled together in people's minds with how they did that. And because of the distinct films that they did, that was never a true possibility. And I love that. Right. Love them for that.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more.
Next up is Intolerable Cruelty, which doesn't ever really get mentioned with Coen Brothers stuff.
It's fine. I see, people like actively hate that movie, or they're like, "Oh my god, it's so terrible!" Blah blah blah. Can't believe the Coen Brothers made that. I like it. I mean,
it's good, not great.
It's once again, much like I said about Hudsucker Proxy, not one that really ranked. It doesn't ever really approach the greatness of any of the films we previously discussed tonight. But it's a fine film. There's nothing I don't like about it. Yep. It's just not as good as their other stuff. Period.
And then we go to the one that everybody loves to hate, The Lady Killers. I don't think this is as bad as everybody makes it out to be, but it has been a long time since I've seen this, and I may not like it more now, but I remember not hating it.
I also didn't hate it, and I'll tell you what, the one thing I'll say, and of course we'll leave it to the Coen Brothers to pull this out of. Yeah, it does almost feel like an A24 type of movie nowadays if it were to be released now. Lady Killers is one of the first films I remember seeing where I didn't think because of course I didn't see it. Well, what year did that come out? I don't know if I saw it actually when it came out, or if I saw it.
It was 2004.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have seen that when it first came out, to be honest. I maybe saw it more like 2006 or 2007. either way, I can thoroughly say that it's one of the first movies I remember seeing Tom Hanks and not thinking, oh, that's just Tom Hanks. As somebody who thoroughly believes that Tom Hanks is just always playing Tom Hanks, it seems
Agreed.
like.
Yeah.
He's so much different in that role. And again, leave the Coen brothers to pull that performance out of him. But, I think that alone is, at least something noteworthy of the lead killers.
Completely agree there. I think that it is worth much more love than it is given. That being said, it's the Coen brothers, so it's never going to be top 5 or anything like that.
Yeah.
That means next up on the list,
again, also the Coen brothers, and by meaning that almost none of their films are bad. It's kind of the same way people talk about Tarantino or Paul Thomas Anderson. It's like even the worst Tarantino movie is still a great movie, and I kind of feel that way about Lady Killers. It's on the bottom of the spectrum, but it's not a bad movie.
Correct. Next up is their, I guess if you count their segment in Paris Je t'aime.
Yeah. Yep. Which was great, by the way, and I like that whole anthology. But in fact, I like all of the With Love anthologies. They did Berlin, New York, maybe a couple other ones that I'm forgetting.
Great names attached to that one too.
Yeah.
Then No Country. Then we get into what I think is their most underrated period, and I know that you said that for The Man Who Wasn't There. This one I'm not saying is their most underrated film, but I actually really love Burn After Reading.
Yeah,
I think that
what people love the shit on, by the way.
This has like the most atypical Brad Pitt performance from any of his movies. And fucking hell is he great in this. He is so upbeat and charming. The story itself is really fun. It's just a wacky movie. And I feel like people didn't want a wacky Coen brothers at that time.
I guess, yeah. Fresh off the boots of No Country, right?
Right. That's exactly what I think it was.
A high mountaintop to come down from for Burn After Reading. I would argue that it's even an atypical performance for Frances McDormand, too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And they
especially for what she would do for the decade following that.
Yeah, exactly. But they both crush it so much. George Clooney, for crying out loud, with his dildo chair. It's just great.
Him barely pushing it and it rocking so hard.
It almost makes the fake flyer you made for tonight very suitable.
I will say I think that the demise of Brad Pitt is easily top 3-5 scenes of any Coen Brothers film overall.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
It's up there with the wood chipper scene.
Exactly. But I think the Brad Pitt one is much more shocking, so I'd even put it maybe above the wood chipper scene.
Yeah. Above wood chipper, but below the cafe scene from No Country.
There you go.
There's your top 3.
Next one I think is easily, like without a doubt, the most underrated Coen Brothers film. A Serious Man is... It should be much higher on my list, probably. I think that it is a very good film. And again, just like Big Lebowski, would be the best film on almost any other director's list. I think that it is one that people just have not seen. I think that's the biggest thing. Not only is it underrated, it is just underwatched by people. People need to go watch A Serious Man.
It really flew. Did that even get a theatrical release? I mean,
it did. Very small, but yeah.
I would have still been not young, but a teenager at the time, and still diving into this realm of this type of cinema. But I and also living in a small town in Pennsylvania at the time still as well. But I don't remember hearing about it at all until all of a sudden I saw it on my video store shelf back in the day.
Well, and again, it's probably just a product of it. The Coen brothers almost looked as which way are they going to go at the time. And what they did before that with No Country and then Burn After Reading, like what do you prepare for next?
Yeah, exactly. And it was another subdued film, like Man Who Wasn't There almost. And I love A Serious Man. I also think it's great. Another one I haven't watched in quite some time.
Well, and the other thing to throw out there, and I'm not saying that this is why people haven't seen it, but unfortunately, our country has a history of being very anti-Semitic, and A Serious Man is a very Jewish movie, and I have to say that might have something to do with why people have seen it less, unfortunately?
It's quite possible. Richard Kind, who was super
I
underrated.
love that he's like the second build cast member in this movie.
Yeah. As well as Michael Stolberg, who we would later come to know from his unbelievable monologue in Call Me By Your Name, but this was my introduction to him before that, and he's an incredible actor as well. My friend Fred Melamed is in this, and he's terrific.
Brilliant. I love him in this.
Love him in this, love him in Shiva Baby, so good.
Another great Jewish movie, yeah.
More Jewish movies. No, Serious Man, I agree, is highly overlooked, which we've now said about like 3 or 4 Coen Brothers films.
I'm really only I'm sacrilege against The Man Who Wasn't There. Maybe I'm really only saying A Serious Man. I think is they're really only underrated film.
I've said that about this Man Who Wasn't There and Hudsucker Proxy, only because someone mentioned in the comments. But I would stand firm on Man Who Wasn't There and Serious Man being underappreciated. Those two.
It's fantastic. I think that people that have not caught up with this would really love this one.
Yeah.
Next up is one that I saw in the theater, and I think this is only the third one I saw in the theater. I saw No Country in the theater, Burn After Reading in the theater, and then 2010's True Grit. And this movie is like it might be my favorite Western of all time. I love this movie.
Yeah.
The cast in this movie, the performances that they get, like Bridges is astonishing in this. And the funny thing is, I don't even think he's the best part of this movie. He's great, but everybody else in this is so perfect.
I saw this in theaters as well. In fact, it might have only been, I definitely saw No Country for Old Men in theaters. That might have been the first one I actually saw in theaters from their catalog, based on my age and when I discovered them and everything. So I saw No Country in theaters, Burn After Reading in theaters. Serious Man didn't hit theaters around me. So this would have been the third film from them, I believe, that I saw theatrically. And even back then, not a big fan of Westerns, as I still am not, and you know that. But what you said about earlier, that this might be your favorite Western, I think it is my favorite Western, because only leave it to the Coen Brothers to make me appreciate a Western, which is not something that not my favorite genre in the least. But it's the characters. It's always the character. I come back to the characters with them a lot with the Coen Brothers, and the characters, as well as the actors playing them in True Grit, is really what makes that one so good.
So Video Store Review comments, the Coens have won the same number of Oscars, 4, as both Steven Spielberg and Martin Scorsese combined. That's wild.
Scorsese only winning 1 is very shocking to me, but the Coens deserve it, man. Yet, what bothers me about that, I guess in a way it does, and in a way it doesn't, is that the Coen Brothers are much less of a household. I mean, we all know the Coen Brothers because we're such film. Everybody who's watching this tuned in because the Coen Brothers, that's what this episode was about. But there's so much less of a household name than Spielberg or Scorsese, yet they've won more Oscars. It's like, come on, people, get your head out of your ass. Watch more Coen Brothers films, watch the Man Who Wasn't There, watch The Simple Man, you know what I mean?
So True Grit is great. Gone down that path already. I do want to shout out Matt Damon, way better than expected in this movie. But maybe the one that really steals this movie, Haley Steinfeld, is
in essentially her debut, right?
Literally,
introducing Haley Steinfeld in the credits.
She is top notch. Could not have done any better with the casting. She looks perfect. She acted perfect. This movie's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good. Yet another one that actually deserves a rewatch from me, to be honest.
Next was Inside Llewyn Davis. Talked about that one. Hail Caesar. I've never seen it. You don't seem to like it.
No, it's the only one I couldn't get behind, unfortunately. And maybe I'm missing something. Certainly, I know people who like it, and I've seen people in the comments say that they like it. And I'm willing to give it yet another shot, even though I gave it 2 already. But for some reason, I just couldn't with that one.
And then the last contribution from both of them together so far, although they're working on another one together.
When they
That's been
split up, which, by the way, I'd love to talk about that in a second after we talk about this.
we will be. The last of them together at the moment is The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, which is this odd Netflix. First off, it's the only thing that they've done that's gone straight to streaming.
Yeah.
Netflix exclusive anthology piece. What do you think of this one?
I love parts of it, and other parts I could do without because it's an anthology piece. So I would say, not to just sugarcoat it, but I would say I maybe like 50-50 of the segments. I really like the one with Zoe Kazan, but I also adore her. I certainly really liked the very first segment with good old Tim Blake Nelson. And then there was other ones where I was like, but it's their first foray into both streaming and an anthology film, I guess, aside from Paris, Je t'aime. But it's a give and take for me on this one. It might actually be either my second or third on the bottom.
Wow.
If Hail Caesar is the first, at the very bottom, it might actually be, number 2 or 3.
Interesting.
And maybe it's the fact because it is an anthology film, so it doesn't have that same consistency that their other films do. Because what we mentioned earlier about such a tight script and their characters, it's harder to have that same level of, or that degree of excellence when you're doing an anthology film with a bunch of short stories and they're not as fleshed out. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, especially Tim Blake Nelson's. Even though it's funny and fun, it's super short. It's the first one that's short.
Yeah.
So, when you take that into consideration, and it just maybe, for me at least, doesn't have the same quality as their other films.
So I agree. I'm actually historically really love anthology films, primarily because it gives attention and the ability to lesser known filmmakers to do something, and usually it brings some sort of resources that they couldn't get on their own.
Well, when it's spread out to other filmmakers, right? But this one was all them the whole way through.
That's exactly what I was about to complain about. So this, I feel like it lost that aspect of this, and I think that a third of this is stupendous. It's great, classic, high quality Coens. The rest, not so much. I think that they could have done much better with this. Tim Blake Nelson absolutely kills it in this movie, but
I would arguably say it is number 2. I think my this and Hail Caesar, ironically, their 2 most recent, are my 2 least favorite.
Yep. Tragedy Macbeth. You want to say something about that first?
First of all, I'd really like to tell DC that, which I know you say Severn, I'll still say DC for the rest of my life, is Ruby Sparks is one of my favorite movies of all time. I adore that movie, and I love Zoe Kazan, so you are correct. Tragedy Macbeth, I wanted to love it. Here's what I'll say about it. It's very hard to do anything new or fresh with Shakespeare because it's old as time and been retold so many times by so many different filmmakers or television limited series or what have you, that it's just after a certain, Baz Luhrmann did his take on Romeo and Juliet, and that was fun because it was modern and he actually did something different. Joel tried to do that as well because you got the beautiful black and white with amazing cinematography in that film, which is the standout of the film besides the acting, which of course you're going to expect amazing acting in not only a Coen film but with that caliber.
Denzel specifically, yeah.
Denzel, McDormand. One sec. Just thinking about but I can't think of any other word. I don't want to be harsh. It was boring. I've seen Macbeth so many times in so many different iterations. He tried to do something a little different with it, and obviously it looked beautiful. The performances were amazing, but it's like I've seen it before. I just couldn't.
My problem, I don't think this played theatrical anywhere near me, and it doesn't have a physical release. I've not seen this yet.
Oh, wow.
So I'd really love to see it. I'm very excited to see Denzel in this.
I think it's on Apple TV. I could be wrong.
I don't have Apple TV either.
Okay, well, there you go.
A couple comments that I want to highlight and talk about. One, video store review. Go ahead.
Real quick, I'll just say that since we touched on his solo effort and not
yeah,
Ethan's, which
touche.
isn't out yet, I'm very stoked for Drive Away Dolls.
Yep.
Very bummed that it got pushed because of the strike. It was supposed to come out like in a month or whatever. Now it's February. I think, and I could be wrong. First of all, it's a great cast. I think, Margaret Qualley is adorable, but and has been very good in most of the stuff I've seen her in so far. I think Geraldine Viswathan is maybe how she pronounces her last name.
No idea.
I think she's unbelievably underrated. Ever since Blockers, I watched her in Blockers. I thought she was hilarious. And she did Broken Hearts Gallery, which I thought was kind of an underrated rom-com. She's on this show that you may or may not have heard of, Miracle Workers, with Steve Buscemi and Daniel Radcliffe. And I think she's great in that. She holds her own with those two heavyweights. I think she's underrated. So I'm glad that she's the lead in this with Margaret and getting a little bit of time to shine. But I think, and I've been telling everybody about this because it was one of my most anticipated films of the rest of the year, and sadly it got pushed. I think it feels like classic Coen Brothers from the trailer to me. Like Drive Away Dolls feels like a Raising Arizona to me, in the sense that it just feels like this kind of romp of like weird kind of characters on this journey. And I just the minute I watched the trailer when it first came out, I got goosebumps because it felt like 80s classic Coen Brothers to me.
Right.
Or 90s, 80s, 90s.
So I highlighted Video Store's comment a moment ago, but I want to go back to one that came like half an hour ago. And I'm gonna expand this a little bit to say two. Who are your two favorite common actors with the Coens? People that they were with for at least two films, but probably more than two.
Yeah. Steve Buscemi, hands down, who's in a lot of theirs.
Yeah.
Just because I love him. I mean, Coen Brothers or not, I think he's a phenomenal actor, and I've loved everything he's done, pretty much. I want to say John Turturro for number two. But for the sake of diversity and for the sake of she's an amazing performer and for the sake of the power couple aspect, I'm going to say Frances McDormand. So I'm going to say Steve Buscemi and Frances McDormand.
I probably could have called both of those. My number one you could probably call as well is John Goodman, hands down. I think that the Coens have brought the best out of him other than maybe Arachnophobia. And I also really adore John Goodman in Red State. But John Goodman is special to me. He is one of the most like realistic actors just for being an everyman that I've seen maybe in my entire life. I appreciate so much of what he's been able to do. But the other one, he has not done a ton with the Coens, unfortunately. But I'm going to go for Tim Blake Nelson. I think that he is undervalued in everything he does.
Yeah, no, I agree. Tim Blake Nelson's great. He's also in a sense kind of overlooked. He's the one from the Oh Brother Where Art Thou that people don't always remember. They're like, oh yeah, him. What was that third guy's name? So I like those picks. I mean, John Goodman, if we were to say like a 3 and a 4, it would be John Turturro and John Goodman for me. After the two I picked. John Goodman.
I will agree with Craig though, who says I think George Clooney is at his very Cary Grant best when he's working with the Coens. I don't think George Clooney has ever put in a performance that is as good as what he does with the Coen brothers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All of his best performances are with the Coens. Easily, I agree 100%. It's funny. My dad and I were just talking about John Goodman today on my drive here into the office for work, and because he's watching The Righteous Gemstones. I was wondering if it was Coen related or not, because again, that's the bond that me and my dad share. But no, it was Righteous Gemstones. But one thing I'll throw out there, because we both love John Goodman so much, is one of the things I was talking about with my dad is his massive weight loss.
Yeah,
I just think for somebody, I think it's weird to phrase it this way, but I'm going to do it anyways. I think he deserves it because he's such a seemingly amazing, kind, charismatic guy, an amazing performer. We both agree. in everything he touches. And he's always kind of been looked at as, his weight. It's much like somebody like Chris Farley or really just about any overweight performer. That's been a facet of his person, whether in his roles or his life, since his start in Roseanne. And I know firsthand the difficulty of losing weight, and it only gets worse and worse the older you get, and it's harder and harder the older you get to lose that drastic amount of weight. And I think he looks amazing. I saw this picture from when it was his birthday recently, a couple weeks back, or whatever, and it's like he just looks so good, and it's such an accomplishment on his part.
I completely agree, especially as a fellow fat man. Video stores question, I think, is the one that we're going to end with tonight. I was happy that Denzel finally got to work with them. This was a bucket list dream of his. Which other actors would you like to see in one of their films? And I'm going to expand this and say, let's name a male actor and female actor.
Okay.
You can go first, and I think I've got mine fairly close.
That I would love to see in a Coen Brothers film. I would love to see, well, right off the bat, unless I'm forgetting something, I don't believe my favorite actor of all time has been in a Coen Brothers film. And I would love him to, because I think he would fit perfectly in their world, and that's Sam Rockwell.
Ooh. Well, and he was in 3 Billboards, which was almost a very like Coen Brothers feeling.
For sure, yeah. I love that movie. But no, he hasn't been in a Coen Brothers movie. The more I had to think about it some more, I would love to see him. Don't you agree? He would fit perfectly in a Coen Brothers.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sam Rockwell would be great. He's actually, funny enough, one of 3 that I'm struggling to decide on my male half. I've got my female half decided. He is one of 3 that I had in mind, and I'll probably name all 3 just to get there. But
yeah, so that would be. You want to do your male one too, or you want me to do mine?
Let's do it. So my male 3 right now that I'm trying to figure out is I want Sam Rockwell. This one might be a little odd because he's getting a little older, but I would love to see Gary Oldman do something fun with the Coens.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. And then on the younger side, I think Paul Dano would be incredible in a Coen Brothers.
Especially after we got Zoe Kazan in Ballad of Buster Scruggs, Paul Dano seems next.
Yep.
And Gary Oldman almost feels like, why hasn't he yet? Like,
right.
He feels like that Tom Hanks kind of easily could be slipped into the lead role of one of their films.
Exactly.
Yeah, those are good picks. I would say
staring at ceiling tiles.
You do yours.
Okay, so I had a couple in mind for this. Kristen Stewart is one that I was considering, but lots of comments coming in about her, and I think that the indies that she's done has been amazing. But I got to go with my go-to for who I think is maybe the best actor right now. I got to go with Toni Collette. I feel like she would be remarkable in a Coen Brothers movie.
That's a really good answer. That and Florence Pugh coming in from a couple of people in the comments are both really good picks.
Ooh, Brendan Fraser. That's a Brendan Fraser from.
Yeah, Chris. I think Brendan Fraser is a good pick as well, especially with his comeback recently. I think in terms of a female performer who would fit in really well with a Coen Brothers film, I think Florence Pugh and Toni Collette are both great picks. I'm gonna say, I had one and then I lost it because I got sidetracked.
Michael Shannon. That's a great answer.
Michael Shannon is a good answer. I'm gonna go newer, a newer performer. I think I'm still debating it in my head. But I'm gonna say Maya Hawke.
Oh, that's actually a good pick. Yeah.
It really well.
Yeah, I could see that working actually.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got a couple. Craig says Kathy Bates, and then Video Store says Kathy Bates would be great.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to throw out, I don't know if you ever saw it because I don't think we've ever talked about it, but Kathy Bates on 6 Feet Under. That show was incredible. And she's just this little bit player in like 6 episodes.
Yeah.
She's this wonderful, like energetic hippie character, and she's so great in it.
That show doesn't get enough love either, but
never. That movie is, that show is remarkable. Incredible finale. Great acting. Lots of people that had acting stints in there earlier. Rainn Wilson had a kind of big part in there for a long time.
Go on to do, I mean, even Michael C. Hall hadn't done too much at that point, and then of course that led to Dexter.
Yeah.
Oh, Richard Jenkins would be great. Actually, I agree with that. I love Richard Jenkins.
Naomi Watts, that's a good answer too.
Naomi Watts. I almost said Kate Winslet. Actually, I see Christopher said Kate Winslet, and I almost said Kate Winslet before I went with Maya Hawke.
Kyle MacLachlan, that's a good answer too.
Aubrey Plaza, that would be interesting. Especially, didn't she just do? She is doing more and more kind of avant-garde stuff later in her career now.
Yeah, really liked. What was that one she did last year? The like indie New York crime.
Emily the Criminal.
Emily the Criminal. That one, she was great in that movie.
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting to see her in the Coen Brothers film.
Well,
certainly Carey Mulligan. And speaking of Zoe Kazan, she did that movie with that was written by Zoe and directed by Paul, I believe. Wildlife.
Yeah.
Carey Mulligan and Jake Gyllenhaal, which was really, really good.
Absolutely.
Here's what I would love to end on, if you would spare me the extra 5 minutes, Ryan.
Sure.
Or so. I have been in an argument. This is the perfect time to bring this up. I would love to bring this up to not only I don't need to be highlighted. To not only discuss. Are you peeing?
No.
Oh, I don't know how you hold it this whole time. I know I say that every show. Because I love the whole topic tonight has been the Coen Brothers. We both love the Coen Brothers. Everybody who's watching, either loves the Coen Brothers or at least likes them. I surprisingly love Dirty Grandpa. Those are all good picks. I got into. I mentioned this earlier, and you said, "Oh, we'll get to that," and then we didn't. But I'm circling back to it now. I've been in an argument, a straight up argument. I'm fine with it, by the way. This other person, it's a coworker of mine here in the office, who legitimately gets heated when I brought it up, including in the comments of my Instagram post advertising tonight's show. I said casually when talking about the Coen Brothers recently here in the office at work about a week or two ago that they split up because Joel made a movie by himself. Ethan made a movie by himself. They are no longer together. That does not mean that they can't get back together, and they seemingly are already. But by definition, they split up. So I use that terminology when describing it very casually in the middle of a whole other discussion. And this person got very, very upset and said that they did not split up and was very adamant about it and his biggest reason was that he said something like the Wachowski sisters split up because they hate each other's guts and will never do a movie again. And I'm trying to explain to him that the animosity versus splitting up and doing separate movies is not mutually exclusive. You can split up and still, love each other, especially since they're brothers, and have the possibility of getting back together and making another movie. But the definition of split up is two things separating into one or two separate parts.
Craig says it's an open relationship.
They have an open relationship. It doesn't mean that they have to hate each other, and it doesn't mean that they can't get back together and make another movie or many more movies, which they seemingly are again. So I would love to know. I would love to know, perhaps maybe even a vote in the chat. Have the Coen brothers split up? Again, it doesn't mean that they're not getting back together and that they can't, but have they split up? I would love to know what people think, so I can finally put this to bed with my coworker.
I would say they had split up. It seems
The fact that they split up at all, they either have or they had, whatever.
And for the entire, the run of their career that they had doing stuff together, they took a detour. They took a turn and went separate ways for a moment. And hey, the fork in the road will bring them back together, and that's fine. Yeah, that's what
I agree. I agree 100%. I think they are. They already have a new one in the works together. But I think surely by the definition of the term split, that they split up, which is all. That's all I was trying to explain. That doesn't mean that they have any animosity towards each other or that they won't get back together and make another movie.
I will say using the term split up could be a little off-putting, especially because by the way that we refer to them, they're actually brothers. They can't divorce as brothers. So maybe like a detour or stopped collaborating would be better terms. But yeah, I don't think it matters.
That's what
I agree that the word split up definitely feels more permanent than it was ever meant to be.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It seems like you and a lot of people in the comments are siding with my coworker.
Your coworkers would be so happy.
Granted, got very heated, so much so that he had to storm away from the conversation. I was not upset at all. I was just trying to defend my side.
You sure copied and pasted the dictionary definition of the word split in there.
I did, because that defends my side. It is the definition. I'm trying to read some of the comments, but we should probably wrap up.
Yeah, it's been over 4 hours, my friend. I didn't think we were going to do 3, and we went there.
We did 2.5 on the new releases.
Yeah, that's true.
They were on a break. Damn it.
This has been one of my favorite discussions, so thank you for doing this. This has been astonishing. Jeremy, you're one of my closest friends, and I love you, and I love our chat, and thank you to everybody. Again, if you're ever interested about getting closer with the community, our Discord is welcoming new people every single day. Patreon link in the description below. The links for the Physical Media Advocate, the zine, is in the description below. I agree with Spaghetti. It is time for this chat to split up, but it's not permanent because we'll be back here next Thursday. And if you get the zine, you get the entire schedule for the next month. I did put what we're doing for Reconnected over the next 4 weeks. So please get that, and we'll find out what we're doing next Thursday then, if you haven't got it. Love you guys. We'll see you then. Thanks, Jeremy.
This is a heart.